Bonjour tout le monde. As the dulcet tones of the music fade away, that means it's time for us to start. Donc, cher Monsieur le Vice-Recteur, Monsieur de Mello, chers visiteurs distingués, chers collègues, étudiants, Mesdames, Messieurs, bienvenue à l'Université d'Ottawa. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the University of Ottawa. Je m'appelle Anthony Lefkovich et je suis le doyen de la Faculté des Arts. So Frontiers in Research is an annual event organized by the Office of the Vice President Research. Normally, Dr. Mona Nemer would be here to open the conference, but unfortunately she's indisposed today, so I've agreed to do so on her behalf. But I'm afraid that immediately after I give you these few words, I'm out the door because I have 3 other meetings I'm actually meant to be at simultaneously. And despite the topic here, I haven't found a way to do that. So Frontiers in Research series brings together internationally renowned speakers and is open to all on and off campus, and I'm very happy to see a lot of visitors from off campus here today. And it's accompanied by an issue of our research perspectives, which you're sitting on your seats, and I hope you'll have a chance to look at that later. It really is a very interesting piece. Je suis particulièrement heureux d'être ici, même comme un remplaçant, parce que cet événement était proposé par l'Institut de recherche sur la science, la société et la politique publique, le ISSP, une nouvelle unité académique à la Faculté des Arts. The topic of the post-human future fits very well into a faculty and an institute that are by their nature multidisciplinary and interdisciplinary. We focus on philosophical, social, historical, technical and policy questions that need to be debated now. So we're very happy that this event can put the topic on the map, and given its nature, we not only have a series of keynote speeches, but also panel discussions that are going to be taking place this afternoon. And we hope that as many of you as possible may stay for the whole event, but you may come and go, and the reception, should you just want to come back for that, is at 3 p.m. or so. Let me just say a few words about the ISSP. I understand that Tom Bruszkowski, the interim chair of the advisory committee, will talk on the same subject this afternoon, so I'm going to be very brief. Premièrement, comme doyen de la Faculté des Arts, je suis très heureux d'héberger le ISSP ici à l'université. Il existait seulement depuis à peu près 1 an, mais l'Institut a déjà créé un réseau impressionnant sur le campus et a impliqué les universitaires, les politiciens et les étudiants dans ses activités. It's attracted prominent and diverse experts coming from the arts to the sciences to its core and advisory groups. It's already organized a multidisciplinary conference on synthetic biology, and under development is the ISSP's educational program, so stay tuned for that, but it will be a very good interdisciplinary program, probably at various levels. And now I'm going to introduce the Master of Ceremonies, Dr. Mark Sanna. Mark is the inaugural director of the ISSP and an associate professor in the Department of Geography. He's trained as a scientist with a PhD in biology, but has also got an MA in philosophy. For the past decade, his primary interests have been in multidisciplinary work at the intersection of science, ethics, and governance. Prior to joining the University of Ottawa, he served as executive director of the Regulatory Governance Initiative at the School of Public Policy and Administration at Carleton University, as Executive Vice President of the Council of Canadian Academies, and as Director of the Institute of Governance. So when we were advertising for the position of the Director of the ISSP, it was quite difficult to specify exactly what qualifications we were looking for. But should we ever have to do it again, of course we hope we won't, but should we ever have to, we'll just say, have the same background as Mark Sanna. So I'd like to hand it over to you now, Mark. Merci. Thank you.
Well, thank you for this very generous introduction. Bonjour à tout le monde. C'est vraiment un plaisir pour moi d'être ici. I would like to tell you how this conference came upon. It starts with a trip to the dentist. There was no pain involved. It was I took my teenage son to the dentist and learned that it was recommended that he would get braces. And I asked how many young children or teenagers in this city are recommended by their dentist to get braces. I was told 80%. So I concluded that the desire for perfection is absolutely with us. We have this desire. It's a clear case. A few days later, I went to an event by Genome Canada, and there I learned that the genetic screening of newborns is basically imminent. It's going to come very soon. Now, I am a biologist. I know that you cannot ace genetic tests, so I concluded from now, at some point, the next 10 years probably, every baby that will be born will be in some ways defective at birth. And so if you put the two things together, the desire for perfection and the certainty for imperfection, I think we have a lot to do for a long time. So this was the driving force. What happened then was I proposed the topic to the Vice President Research, and a working group was established of experts, which then considerably expanded and improved the concept. And I say this because most of the people are in research perspectives. I can't just name them all now, but you can see their name and their work in research perspectives. Now, just very quickly, also to just say thanks to the organizers from the Vice President Research Office, Luc Gauthier, who I'm not sure is here, Nathalie Vanas and Naomi Duval put this together, and also my colleague Jeremy Gielen. So this is obviously a team effort. Last point is the event is live streamed on the internet, will also be available later on our website and the website of the Vice President Research. So we'll probably have some questions from the internet, and that has been made possible by an organization called Situating Science, and we will hear a little bit later about that, very briefly about this organization. So let me now introduce you Dr. Andrew Hessel. Andrew Hessel is a speaker, consultant, and catalyst for open source biology, synthetic biology, do-it-yourself biology, that's I guess a new thing for most of us, and is involved in the International Genetically Engineered Machines program, the iGEM program at the MIT. He has a private consulting practice in Canada that focuses on these topics. He is also a faculty and co-chair of the Biotechnology and Bioinformatics section, track, at Singularity University in California. And if you haven't heard of Singularity University, it's really worth looking up. It's a unique organization. I believe that's one of the ways how universities can be different and interesting. So I believe that in itself is certainly worth checking the internet. Andrew hopes to see life programmed and used to solve global challenges. He's the co-founder of the world's first cooperative biotechnology company, the Pink Army Cooperative. And this cooperative aims to fundamentally change the way medicines are developed. He and his teams are building a development system able to make drugs for just one person at a time. This simplifies the science, manufacturing, testing, interpretation, risk, liability, all saving time and money and years of effort. So with this, I give you Andrew. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. It's an absolute pleasure to be here, and I won't try and butcher that by saying it in French. I think I'll just start off with a little bit about Singularity University. We focus, if you haven't heard of it, it's because it's really new. I'd been working with universities throughout Canada for quite a while, and I realized it was really difficult because they become very siloed. The engineering is different from medicine, different from biochemistry, different from philosophy. And I realized we had to create something different, and I didn't know what it was. But then some friends of mine called up and said, we're building a new university in California, and it's a little crazy. It's called Singularity University, and it's just about fast-changing technologies. And a group of about 40 people got together at Stanford to kind of flesh this out. And Larry and Sergey from Google, the founders of Google, were in the room, and they said, this is awesome. And they wrote the founding check to get it going. And just a few months later, they started building programs. And I approached them and said, I'd like to build your life science program. And they said, yes, come. So they started teaching in 2009, running a graduate program, and now we do executive programs as well. And it's not like a university like this where you're going to come in and do a long degree. It's really just waking up to the power of these exponential technologies, which we generally interpret through computing. but the doubling of a technology in some period of time. But really is, you can think of as just digitization in general, and how all of these things are starting to affect our lives. So this is the website for the program. It's based at NASA Ames, which is a really wonderful place. It's NASA's one of the air bases that NASA ran, and they still have a tremendous research program. But it was in its heyday in the 1960s and 70s. So there's a really wonderful tension with these futurists essentially on campus, and with this older, more bureaucratic technology. But I'm really fortunate by co-chairing the bioinformatics and biotechnology program, because really I sit at the intersection of two of the most fast-moving technologies, computing and biology. And then with this tension between space and really microbiology, it just makes it a very interesting place to be. This is kind of the fundamental evolution in our reality. This is the evolution of our universe, kind of outlined by some of the most recent space studies. Apparently, our universe is 13.7 billion years old, somewhere in its midlife, which is pretty remarkable. And it's believed that, all of the higher order elements that we have around us is really the result of an evolution of this universe. It starts off with low molecular weight elements like hydrogen, ultimately fusing into suns bursting apart, making higher order elements. And so we're here because we are part of a continuing process of evolution of this structure. Our own Milky Way galaxy is just remarkable when you think about it. There's something like 100 billion suns just in our Milky Way, which is kind of mind-blowing to me. And somewhere in all of this, our solar system formed. This is a proto-solar system, a picture from NASA, and it's literally planets being created like snowballs out of clouds of dust. Isn't that it's stunning? And this is happening throughout the universe. This is a picture of Saturn taken from the Cassini space probe as we've sent it off to go and explore in space. Beautiful picture, kind of an eclipse, and seeing the sunlight through the rings. And it doesn't show up here on this particular projection very well, but there's a small dot somewhere on this corner, and it's just a speck in the image, and that's Earth. When you look at it, you can see this picture on the NASA website. And you realize we're just one little speck in all of this. So our pale blue dot. This is, speaking with astrophysicists, we realize how lucky we are to be here on this little dot, how life is extremely rare in this giant universe that we've seen. We've made better technology, and we're starting to find these proto-solar systems. We see universes colliding. We see evidence that there's other planets now because we can see them orbiting their suns with the new technology. But one thing we have not yet found anywhere else except for this little ball is life. Nowhere. And I'm not talking intelligent life. I'm talking life, any life, the smallest microbe. We're very lucky to be sitting here in this room. Somewhere around 4 billion years ago, enough of this matter had aggregated on this snowball and enough water that we had a lot of chemical reactions happening in our ocean. So this is kind of, if you look at the first layer of evolution as just the creation of matter, the second layer of evolution was just getting enough organic matter together in a big soup bowl and giving it enough energy from our nearby sun to have these chemical reactions moving forward. Chemistry is really wonderful. It's also pretty violent. If any of you are as a chemist, you know that, well, chances are you blew up a lab or two during your studies. Certainly had some things pop. But we had this primordial soup on Earth that started doing chemistry kind of on a planetary scale. And this is from where we come from. And we still have evidence of this chemistry happening on the planet. We go down now to undersea vents like this, 30,000 feet under the ocean floor, and we get these black smokers. This is essentially the stuff of Earth still coming up from the ocean. And they tell us this is too toxic for life. The water coming out of this is sometimes well past boiling. It's essentially battery acid. It's so deep in the ocean, there's absolutely no light. But there's so much energy, so much chemical gradients, we find that life thrives down here. All sorts of chemistries and biochemistries we've never understood. But this is probably closer to the early life forms that gave rise to us. Absolutely brilliant stuff. One of the first creatures to appear were bacteria. This is just an electron micrograph of E. coli bacteria. They kind of look like sausages. They really do. And they kind of grow like sausages, self-pinching, etc. These are one of my favorite organisms, and it's where I started my study of biochemistry. Biochemistry is just chemistry encapsulated and done with magic. Enzymes. Enzymes are magic. But these little creatures are really the most powerful living organisms on the planet. We forget about them, out of sight, out of mind. But we are essentially containers to move these little organisms around. That's what our guts are for. It's what's digesting your breakfast and giving you sugar energy. And these little microbes, which are just a few microns big, now get to travel all around the Earth because of the containers that they evolved. And we've even taken them up into space. They are the true astronauts. I love these creatures. In fact, most people don't really think about the micro world, but I kind of fell into it when I was really young, and it's just magical. It turns out if you take those big telescopes that we use for looking out into the stars and you turn them around, they become microscopes. And we had some idea that there were stars up there, even thousands of years ago. We had no idea that microbiology existed until 400 years ago. We're still learning about half these creatures because we don't have the tools to culture them in the lab. But they're beautiful. And if you want to find life and understand life, this is where you go. You go to the micro world. The micro world grew quickly over the billions of years, changed the whole chemistry of the planet, gave us our oxygen that we use. And one cell eventually started to aggregate and work in communities. Even these simple bacterial cells have government. They work in communities. They have something called quorum sensing. It's like a board meeting. Shall we turn on this biochemistry? I don't know. Let's have a vote. And when you get too many cells lumped together, it's really hard to control them. We know this. We know that when we have groups of people, it's hard to regulate. So they realized, oh man, we have to create a government. So they evolved a special type of cell called the neuron. It turns out that just a few neurons do a pretty good job of regulating a multicellular organism. But you always want to have a few extra neurons around, just in case. We started making brains. Brains, these are the most powerful processors we have on the planet right now. Incredibly dense, very compact. These are little computers. And what I love about these are really like cloud computers. We have excess processing capacity with our brains because we need the brains to function at peak load. So when we're not using all of our brains, we can have them run background jobs. We can have pre-programmed responses to environmental threats. We can do things like have intuitions and dreams. This piece of meat, 3 pounds, is more powerful than any computer we've built yet. It's absolutely remarkable. And it's a major task these days to reverse engineer the brain. And I think it's one of the most exciting challenges we have this century. But it's limited. Even with, you might hear things like nootropics and smart drugs. Well, and then you look at the number of drugs that we're actually using to modulate our brains today, and you realize, whoa, we're kind of hitting the limit of what we can do with this piece of meat. We're finite. We really have to respect that our brains are finite. And we need sleep. We need downtime. We need repair time. We need assimilation time. And we don't do that very well. So, and we're human. We age. We change over time. So, where does this evolution take us in the future? This is what the organizers at this conference kind of put out to me. What is it? Where are we going with all of this? I think about this all the time because I am a biologist, and I see the incredible changes, but I'm also a computer geek. It was computing and information processing that absolutely connected me to most of what I did every day. And in fact, it paid most of the bills. Biology doesn't pay that well. There is evolution happening now at every scale. And it's happening faster and faster. We know this. Things are changing. We've gone from, in just 100 years, an agrarian society, literally, where most of us lived in the country and grew food and stayed in small communities, to this. This is remarkable, for 100 years of growth. We've really only had the airplane for just over 100 years. We're only in our second century of electrification. This is pretty cool. Computers are only really 60 or 70 years old. This is the cities of the future. We're lucky. We get to be in the mature cities. These are the cities that are evolving now. I was down in some of these favelas in Brazil a few months back. Absolutely stunning. And this is the density of people. You can see this poor one tree here. The density of people is remarkable. The fact that they function without as tight an organizational system is remarkable. And now most of us, we've tipped over the 50% point moving out of countries to cities a few years ago. We're not going back to the cities. So one of the things we have to get good at is living in higher and higher densities. And then we're even starting to push the boundaries with cities. This is a temporary city. This is the city called Black Rock City, created by people that go to an event called Burning Man in the middle of the Nevada desert. And this year, what's remarkable, this is a skydiver jumping out of a plane over it. The circular object that you see just to the left is the center camp. This is the big hub, the community, where you can buy coffee. Because if you don't have coffee, your society falls apart, apparently. But this is a city of 54,000 people. It hit a new... It sold out this year for the first time. It hit its absolute density. 54,000 people that come together and build a highly complex city for 1 week. And then it all goes away, leaves no trace. So now we're even starting to play with city-scale architectures because we have interesting new ways to communicate and because we're literally so independent as cells. So we've taken, we've gone from the primordial soup to literally geoscale engineering. Here we're hitching a ride on the International Space Station. We're flying over, our planet. And you can see the haze of the atmosphere, and behind you see the light. We've lit up this entire planet. You can see thunderstorms going off there. Just lightning activity. But really, most of it is human activity. You can see these cities flying by and then eventually watch a sunrise from space. This is some of the most powerful technology we've ever imagined and created. Now, we're not going to go far into the stars. The distance is amazing. But we have to appreciate we will continue to change this planet. We have to understand what we're doing here. That's the sun. So my field and my focus on all this is DNA. And it's for one reason. I started off in computing, but I don't care about computers. They change too fast. You know, like it's disposable. It's a piece of equipment. I care about living things. And in fact, this is a living world. So all of the evolution that we've gone through to this day has really has made this incredible changing structure that we call life. Now, granted, we ignore most of life. We don't see it. We don't connect with nature as well as we used to. But the fact is, this is a living world, and we're at the pinnacle of it, and we better understand it if we want to stay here. There's already groups talking about colonizing other planets as backups. I think that's pretty silly. You know, we don't know how to live off the Earth. And that International Space Station, it doesn't smell so good because the bacteria live there the best. So DNA is remarkable. It is essentially the programming language of all living things on this planet. It is the operating system for our cells. It is the operating system for bacterial cells. And what is absolutely remarkable to me as a geneticist is that it's the same operating system, conserved over 4 billion years. It's kind of like going back to the very first computers and realizing their programs will still run on the most modern systems, and that our programs will run on the earliest systems. This is absolutely remarkable. We've built a system very similar to this, and it's called the web. It doesn't matter about all these different devices. The Internet protocol is the first global system, and we haven't started fracturing it yet, but we probably will. So I studied DNA, but looked at it from a computer perspective. I saw this picture, which is just a bacterium that's been squished. It's like squishing a tube of toothpaste. And what's come out of it is its genome. When I saw this picture, I saw this. And it completely changed my life. I realized these are little computers, and I'm going to learn how to program them. It's so cool. And this is how we started to read those programs when I was first doing genetics. This is how we used to read DNA. It's a DNA sequencing gel. And back when we started doing this, if you could sequence 300 or 400 base pairs of DNA, you got a PhD, which is pretty remarkable. And it was horrible. This stuff is toxic. Just the gel is toxic. To get this image, this is X-ray film. You had to work with radioisotopes. It was not a safe environment to work in. But it started to give us the clues. Today, the whole process is automated. It's just factory. This is literally high-speed sequencers. They run 24 hours a day. They're all completely computerized. And your output is just as how many of these machines you can afford and keep running. Top place in the world for doing this right now is Beijing. Beijing Genomics Institute. They buy more machines. They have the most labor. They have the most computing power. They have the most money. And they're just kicking everyone's butt when it comes to sequencing in the world. This is reading the operating system of life. And we're going to sequence everything on this planet. It's the fastest moving technology. And in fact, we're generating so much of this data, we can't even upload it into a single library anymore. We used to have GenBank. It stopped taking submissions. Moore's Law is the limiting factor with this stuff. It's not doubling every year. We're getting a tenfold increase in this technology every year per dollar. It's absolutely remarkable. So it's taking Watson-level intelligences, essentially, now to comprehend this data. It's way beyond human capability, which is kind of wild for me, because when we first started doing those sequencing gels, the people I met that were doing comprehension of genetic data were reading it by eye. It's really strange. Now it's just all supercomputing. The really fun part, though, is when you get into writing genetic code. And when you get into writing genetic code, that's when you get into application development. That's when you're not looking at what nature's already made. You're thinking about, what do I want to make with this stuff? And unlike reading genetic code and interpreting it, you can make money at it as well. And I was very fortunate that when I walked away from school, I got hired by the biggest biotechnology company in the world. And they made this stuff. This is a small protein called erythropoietin. It's a hormone produced by your body. And all it does is essentially tell your bone marrow, make red blood cells. It's just the signal, make red blood cells. It's 193 amino acids. And in genetic speak, that's 600 base pairs of DNA. Just a tiny, you could write it down by hand. And we sold billions of dollars worth of this stuff. Billions. Amgen is the largest biotechnology company still to this day. This is the state of the art in the biotechnology industry, even now. This is how we did most of our editing of genetic information. This still looks pretty much like a standard molecular biology lab. It's just a kitchen. Very complicated kitchen with very complicated stuff in the cupboards, making very complicated recipes, ultimately making an application that's not dinner, but something we can use out in society. And the big shift that I saw, and the thing that's driving so much change in life science these days, is it's all gotten computerized. Now we can sit down and write DNA literally just by working with computers. We can write genetic code. And we email it off to a group, kind of like Kinko's, that prints it up. And they send us back DNA. We can go from bits, electronic bits, ATG, CTG, to atoms, DNA, and put those atoms, this other code, into biology and boot it up. This is one of the most powerful technologies we have ever made. And most people don't play with it. In fact, we have to go and train a whole new generation of people to do this. This is the core technology of synthetic biology. And you can make anything with it. But because you're paying per base, per letter, like you were writing a book, but paying for each letter, you start small. And so we started writing viruses to begin with. And we've moved up to bacteria. The first synthetic bacterial genome was written and booted last year, which is really cool. And it woke up a lot of people, including the President of the United States, who said, okay, we need a commission to study this. We need to start cracking. We've already advanced to making the synthetic chromosomes of yeast. We haven't written a full yeast chromosome yet, but that'll come in a year or two. That's leapfrogging from the bacteria to a eukaryotic cell, which in evolutionary terms is about going 1 billion years up the tree of life. This stuff is changing incredibly quickly. And it's so powerful because life reaches into every area of the world. This is ultimately a world that humans are shaping. So as we don't understand how to program all of these different organisms yet. We're still working down at the level of a single protein. We're still working down at the level of maybe adding a new feature or two or making it glow. But we do know how to copy. And all great writers usually start by copying. We are copying our way up the tree of life. And it's going to happen very quickly. I used to think it was happening at a rate of about 100 million years per calendar year. In other words, the 4 billion years that it took from nature to go to bacteria to us, I thought it would take about 40 years. I think that's off. I think it'll take about 20 years to be able to do this. Maybe less, depending on how quickly we start moving on this. And here's why. All the equipment for writing a human-scale genome, or a plant genome, any genome, is already there in the cell. Every cell of my body knows how to make a human genome. So if I want to make a human genome, I just have to learn to master this equipment. I don't have to build it. And we're getting really good at working at the nanoscale and mastering these things. I see the possibility of making human-scale genomes, copying our genomes, maybe doing a few edits, really within 20 years. And when you think about it, the Human Genome Project, the project to read a human genome, started up in 1990. That's 20 years ago. Now you can go get your genome read for $4,000, and it's still dropping like crazy. So it's not inconceivable to think that we'll be writing human genomes within 20 years at a cost that you can put on your credit card. And I don't think we've been thinking about this enough. We're still thinking really old school. This is Louise Brown. Does that name mean anything to you? Anyone recognize it? A couple of people. Go ahead. Perfect. She is the first test tube baby. I remember this clear as day, 1978. I gave a talk to my grade 8 class on how this was one of the most important technologies we'd made to date. Her son was conceived naturally. So there are millions of people on the planet today that are here because of in vitro fertilization technologies. The man to Louise's left is the doctor that invented the technique. This is absolutely remarkable stuff. Combined with synthetic genomes, which can be literally implanted into eggs, you can see where we're going with this. Within 20 years, we could potentially be booting up synthetic humans or synthetic human cell lines. This is not science fiction. This is coming. And in a world where you can make a synthetic genome, remember, you're copying it, but maybe you're just making a few edits. You really have to start thinking about the ethics of this and where you want humans to go and what you want it to be like. Because in a world where this is possible, cloning is organic. And having babies conceived naturally means you're going to end up doing batteries of tests, not just genetic tests, all sorts of developmental tests. We're going to start filters on it. And having naturally conceived children without any testing at all, and perhaps a home birth, may be illegal because you're putting the baby and the mother at risk, and potentially putting a burden on society if there's any defects. This is stuff we need to talk about. We need to think about. This is an article almost from 10 years ago. It is, 2001. Human cloning is closer than you think. The only reason why we don't do this now is because no one's stepped up to cross that line yet. But this is a multi-billion-dollar business, and so someone will at some point. I expect it. Actually, I don't even mind it. I wouldn't mind being cloned. It's not, to me, it's just a time-displaced identical twin. But we have to start thinking about these things if we're going to think about evolution. You know, we always think about identical twins. These are identical quadruplets, natural. Then no drugs, no nothing. It was just, just 4 beautiful little healthy girls. But it gets a little weird because what happens if someone wants this? It's possible. What if they want 1,000 kids? It's just an economic argument once you have the technology. So I think I find this really exciting, but we really need to discuss this as a society. We're not the only things evolving, though. Robots are evolving extremely quickly. And this is just the robot development for the ASIMO project that Honda has done. And you can see it's trying to evolve pretty fast. It's getting pretty humanoid, pretty small, pretty compact. Now, granted, they still have battery packs. We run on sugar and hamburgers and French fries, so we're still a little more adaptable. Plus, we can go about 85 years maintenance-free, which is pretty cool. But this is from Boston Dynamics. You may have seen this. This is a robotics company based out of Boston. Our robots are getting pretty good. at doing things like walking. Most of this is military money that's kind of going into Boston Dynamics. But you can see it's learning how to be responsive. It's wearing shoes. Nike will probably sponsor it. It can surrender. Ah! Don't shoot. And I think it's this next one, where it starts to, actually, there's one where it drops down to its knees. And I thought this was just so remarkable. I think it's in the next scene here. So I can see this proposing. Anyways. And then you get ideas something like this, which are already being explored by mainstream media. The whole idea of Terminators, which, 10 years ago, 20 years ago, was just kind of quaint. And now we realize we're getting pretty close to this. And in fact, we're this. Little robotic flies. Kind of an artist's conception. But it's not that far away when you start getting down to nanoscale engineering. And then there was this little movie called Avatar that came out a couple years ago, and a few people saw. Remember, science fiction becomes science fact because we load all of these ideas into kids' minds. And there's going to be a lot of people that already think that brain-machine interfaces, synthetic bodies, etc., aren't that big a deal. And this is what they'll be wanting to work on when they go to school. But I'm kind of saving the best for last. The real thing that's out-evolving us today is just computers, just the ability to process information. We're limited by that piece of meat. We're limited by the fact that we don't want to work all the time and that we can go and experience things, not just think about them. We can go and live and feel and breathe and just absorb. But computers have gone very quickly from this. This isn't so long ago. This was state of the art. Now we're pushing the barriers with things like Watson. But this is just the very start. The evolution of computing power is absolutely remarkable. And we're already getting to the point where we're bumping up to human-level processors, computing capacity in the next few years. And a few of you probably have an iPhone 4S in your pocket with Siri technology. It's not intelligent, you know that. But every single query that tens of millions of people put into that phone is becoming the knowledge base. It's learning from us. It doesn't go away. This is one of the fastest, it will become one of the fastest evolving artificial intelligences on the planet. And there'll be other ones. But we've been building the processing capacity to deal with everything humanity wants. Thinks, feels, expressed through the digital realm. I was at a conference yesterday called Techonomy, how technology affects everything else, including our economies. And I think the key point of that meeting was that the world is running in real time now because we've built so many sensors. We interact with so many digital systems. And we don't run in real time. Our schools, our governments, ourselves. If we want to think about where evolution is going, we have to think about putting humans first and having our technology support us. We have to think about how our biotechnologies integrate with all this. We have to recognize that biotechnologies, if they get weaponized, become very nasty. But they're also built on this foundation of computing, which we're getting better and better at dealing with in real time. So with that, I'll just summarize by saying we've surpassed Darwinian evolution, survival of the fittest. That's history. Now we're into the nurturing of the intended, the shaping of our future. And we will do this. We have to. It's the next stage in our evolution. I don't know how we end up coming out of this century, but I know it's a lot different than where we went in. Thank you.
What a great way to start this day. Thank you very much. So we have approximately 10 minutes for questions, and we have a microphone there in the center. I can also bring a microphone. So, s'il y a question pour Dr. Hessel.
I won't bite.
Yeah. I will bring your microphone. If you want to say who you are, it would be interesting for people.
Yeah, my name is Joanne Lalonde. I actually am a PhD student in education, but my background is in ethics. I just wanted to pick up on something you said at the very, very end. You said nurturing of the intended. Mm-hmm. Who are the intended?
Well, I think we all, put it this way, I used to make bacteria. I intended to make those. I tended to them. We're already seeing anything that we create, those are our children. You know, whether people anthropomorphize a lot of equipment too. So it's not necessarily just living things. But anything we create, we have to take responsibility for and nurture it.
I'm Philippe Sonner. I'm a freshman here. I was just curious about the technology you mentioned where you can actually write your own genetic code. How much does that cost at present?
I think the cheapest I've seen it today is about 29 cents a base per letter. It falls really quickly. Right now we've kind of hit this flat point for the last few years where it's been hovering between 50 and 20 cents. It's just an economic limitation. There's been consolidation in the industry. And there's not that much demand for it yet because we've really just started training a whole new generation of biological engineers that are more like software programmers than traditional biologists. But the theoretical limits on this is a millionth of a cent. It's really how cheaply your body can make DNA. Your cells can make DNA, and it's essentially free. So it's really just how quickly we can develop the technologies. So the next generation of equipment moves it from chemical synthesis of DNA to biochemical synthesis, and then it essentially falls to zero. The shipping and handling will cost more. Yeah.
Hi, my name is Jason Tetro. I'm known as the germ guy in North America, actually trademarked in the States.
Ooh.
And basically what I do is I talk about germs and our inconvenient marriage with them. And I'm hoping to publish a couple books on that in the next couple of years. I find it very interesting that you're talking about the pre-programming or the reprogramming of the human genome, when what we're finding is that something as simple as a probiotic can actually cure post-traumatic stress disorder.
Absolutely.
In actual fact, what I'm looking at, and this is why I hopefully want to talk to you about Singular University, is the idea of using bacteria as a way of curing or at least managing things that we cannot change genetically. Alzheimer's is one of them. Like I said, the PTSD, and now even something as simple as bipolar disorder. You don't need a pill; you need a probiotic.
Yep.
And if you go to my blog, you'll see how I can help Rick Perry with his brain freezes.
No, so he makes an excellent point, because we're not singular creatures. In fact, it's networks on networks on networks on networks all the way down. Like, let's face it, we have a neural network that controls this other network that we call our body, made of 10 trillion cells, which is a home for 100 trillion bacteria. So it's all connected, even within us. And yes, we don't need to reprogram our genomes. In fact, we can't reprogram our genomes. But we can flush every bacteria out of our body and replace them in just a few days. So, you know, maybe we're still learning about the relationship, what we call the microbiome of our bodies, because we didn't even have the technology to look at it until we had this sequencing technology. And it's the fastest area of science right now.
Hi, fascinating talk, Michael Wolfson. You've spoken of the genome and its constituent proteins as a programming language, but in the last decade there's really been an ascendancy of epigenetic research and knowledge in the business of methylation.
Yep.
It seems to me that increases the complexity of the programming language. And here's the question, or one way to frame it: how many orders of magnitude has it increased the complexity? And is your 20-year time frame really realistic in the face of epigenetic knowledge?
Oh, yeah. So I don't actually say we're actually going to be able to write the program and have it do anything useful. We're at the top of this evolutionary chain, and reverse engineering a single bacterium, even a single virus, we don't do it well. There is no biophysical simulator for life. So when I talk about being able to write a human genome, it's just write it, copying it, maybe changing a few bases that we know change naturally, what we call single nucleotide polymorphisms. But that's, and all of the other layers of complexity are encapsulated into that program. So as long as we don't shift it too much, we shouldn't end up with arms growing out of the side of our heads or anything. But we don't know how nature made us. That's the bottom line. It didn't take notes. It made all sorts of trade-offs and design decisions and optimized across millions, billions of variables that we can't even imagine. But we are getting very good at programming discrete, small organisms. Bacteria don't have any epigenetics to speak of. They have very simple programming languages, really. They're very modularized. And you can work with 1 billion of them on a single plate. So we can play with whole, essentially global populations. But I don't think we're actually going to be able to engineer the human genome very well. So I think we're kind of stuck with this form. Maybe a little bit of optimizing. We can certainly start thinking about certain traits, but it's the evolution of computing and brain-machine interfaces to those systems that I think are what's mind-blowing. Besides, you can say that this body isn't all that important anymore. You know, we're largely evolving with the way we think.
Any other questions? One, a couple more. Someone's first in the back, and then I'll come here. Oh, yes,
Hi, my name is Oksana. I'm a bioinformatics major, and I found it interesting how you talk about coding an organism. And, well, since I'm in computer science as well, so I know the software is plagued with bugs. But in this respect, what we're talking about, if you make a bug, or if somebody who's doing this makes a bug, it actually has an impact on us. If this bacteria does something that you do not expect and it gets out, it's going to be a little bit scary. So what I'm wondering, are you scared about that? And what do you think about those software engineers who don't do their due diligence and don't do a proper testing with their
So first of all, we're talking about two different bugs here. A bug in a program is an error in a program that causes it to not work properly. And my bugs are bacteria that are free-living organisms. So nature has this really, really wonderful filter for software bugs. They don't survive. Literally, to live, it has whatever problems are in the genome, they're fine. We live. It exists. Now, sometimes it runs into a brick wall and we get extinction. But for the most part, this functional filter is really the filter on the writing of the code. So you can say that there are no bugs, software bugs, in living things per se. As for putting new organisms into the environment that have unintended consequences, we see that all the time. First of all, just so you understand, any bug that I make is going to probably have some sort of an economic purpose or maybe an intellectual purpose, and I don't necessarily have to release it to the environment. If it does happen to get out into the environment, and there's no reason for that, but if it did, you have to appreciate just how many bacteria are already out there. Every part of your body is covered with bacteria. Every surface that we walk around is covered in bacteria. Every drop of seawater is filled with microorganisms. Microorganisms are everywhere. So nature is constantly mixing all those microorganisms and making new combinations and variations. And the only reason why we walk around with a smile on our face rather than being decomposed is because we have an immune system. It is the most breathtakingly beautiful firewall for information technologies we've ever seen. So even the synthetic stuff that we're creating has to be engineered and have an opportunity to get around the immune system that causes harm. Now, that doesn't mean that some people won't do that. We've weaponized bacteria. We've weaponized viruses. And it's getting easier and easier to do that. So we better start thinking about how to look for people that want to use these technologies for exactly that purpose. I'm not worried about someone making a virus that kills everyone. I'm really not worried about that. I think nature is actually a lot better at that than we are. But I am really worried about someone finding hacks in our brains, in our fears, to make money off of it or to gain power. And whether I make a virus that makes your skin splotching glow purple because I can sell you a cream to make it go away. I don't know. Like, I worry more about biological spam. So I've been working on a whole new series about how biotechnology compares to cyber threats and just what we've learned by building these computer systems and the way people hack computer systems. And I think it's a fascinating area of comparison. But nature is the biggest programmer.
Hi, I'm Lisa Coburn. I'm a PhD student at York. And I'm actually this sort of follows up quite a lot on what you were just talking about, I guess, because I feel like there was a bit of a paradox in your talk that you were sort of talking about how everything is changing so quickly and that, we really are, you sort of get this feeling that we're creating beyond our scope to understand, really, what we're doing. And so but then you talk about this sort of nurturing the intended, but how can we do that if we don't really understand what we're doing?
Yeah, so I don't think any single individual understands anything anymore. And the fact that you're listening to me, thank you. But really, I'm just here to spark some ideas in your head and ultimately grow communities that are at least aware of this sort of technology and change. I think we just have to learn to work together better. And we have the tools to do it these days. We can work in very large communities of people. We can build real-time systems for monitoring more and more activities. I don't think it's really great to identify a new disease by having sick people show up at the hospital. I don't think it's really a great idea of finding a new computer virus by your computer crashing, or at least having millions of them crash. So we have to start getting better at working together and thinking about what we want globally for our planet. And that's a little hard because we still kind of think in little boxes. We really do. We think, oh, I'm currently in a box. It's called Ottawa, in a province, Ontario, in a country, Canada, in another box, the Northern Hemisphere. We think in boxes. It's time to start thinking globally. And we have the tools and resources to do it. And really, the younger generations coming up do think this way. I encourage everyone to connect more and more kids to this and ask them what type of world they want. They have the clearest vision on it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So, I would like now to call to my friend Gordon McCuet to introduce the next speaker. I don't know where Gordon is. Oh, yeah, back there. Okay, I didn't. Sorry, I lost you in the crowd. Just very briefly, Gordon is a professor at King's College at Dalhousie University, and he is also the principal investigator of an organization called Situating Science, which is a SSHRC-funded network, a 7-year program, and also a member of the ISSP Advisory Committee.
Situating Science is a 7-year project to try to bring humanists, historians, philosophers to engage in talks like this so that we understand that those that ignore history are forced to repeat it, and that worries about the changes towards, say, an engineering model in biology is something rather recent and has extreme consequences for our future, and that humanists and philosophers, historians, and social studies of science should be engaged in such a discussion so that our future is assured and not merely exponentially growing in the way that we might hear today. It gives me great pleasure to introduce our next speaker, Dr. Magnenat-Thalmann, who is at the University of Geneva and runs the Mira Lab there on virtual technologies. Nadia, it's a sort of welcome home because Nadia, for almost 10 years, is at the University of Montreal, working there as professor in virtual studies, and was so successful there, she even was nominated as Woman of the Year in Montreal for her work on virtual studies. But at the Mira Lab, she has been working on several coordinated European Union projects, including the European Centre of Excellence in 3D Anatomical Humans, the European Centre of Excellence in Intermedia. She's also editor of Visual Computer Journal and the associate editor of Transactions and Multimedia. The list goes on. We should be humbled here today because she has MAs and PhDs in biology and biochemistry and a PhD in quantum mechanics from Geneva. Today, she's going to be speaking on virtual humans and social robots. Over to you, Nadia.
Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is my great pleasure to be in Ottawa. You listen through my accent that I'm a Francophone. So anyway, I can speak both languages. It doesn't matter. So as you can see today, I like to speak about virtual humans and social robots. And my title says that they are our upcoming partners. Of course, not only them, but it's just to show you what they can do. You know, I am now working in Singapore in Nanyang Technological University, so I share my time between Singapore and Mira Lab, but the work I would like to show you is coming mostly from Mira Lab. But let's say I share my time. So what I would like to show you is that some things that we have involved and progressed. As you can see here, we have invented and discovered, and now it's time to redefine our limits. And it's how we come now to the vision. You know, since early 80s, I've been working on virtual humans. That means on the concept of virtual humans. In the 80s, very few people were believing in this kind of concepts. And today, it's something that is very necessary because virtual humans will empower or are already empowering us. In fact, behind virtual humans, there are computers. So what you can see here is just that we have virtual worlds more and more, and we are communicating with these virtual worlds. So this is a bit the vision. Now, we can classify the virtual humans in different types of activities. So it's just a simple classification, but I just show you, for example, the physiological character. You see here that today we are able to start to model everybody patient-specific. And for example, here we could analyze at any time. Our former speaker was speaking of our real-time world. And this is a research, I think, that will be very important for every individual in the 21st century, because we are working on simulating anatomy and physiology for everybody. So in this case, in any moment, we could have a vision how our organs are working and what are the problems and the development of our anatomy and physiology. And a lot of people are working on that. We have been several European projects, research projects on that. And maybe I would just like to show you some results just to give an idea, because sometimes we speak in philosophy, but some people could ask, well, but what is really the results, or where are we really in that? So you see here we have worked on ballerinas. Ballerinas are beautiful ladies. They were playing in the Great Theatre in Geneva. As you can see here, they made a lot of extreme motions. For example, this one you can see she's entering an MRI tube in split position. So she's coming in, and we will have images of her position, and afterwards we can analyze, because these kind of ladies, surely at the age of around 40, will have a hip replacement because they make too many exercise, and although we don't know exactly the cause, at least they are subject to have hip replacement. So the idea is, before they get everything, if we can go through our body at any time and any moment in a patient-specific way, then we are aware of what is happening. You understand? We forecast before anything happens. We are aware of our anatomy and physiology. And so you see that in this kind of research, it's very multidisciplinary. We have to have these images taken from MRI, and then afterwards we segment and reconstruct the organs, as you can see in the middle. And when somebody is moving, we were able to see through and see where the deformation were occurring. And medical doctors were working with us all the time, and now we are going more and more in this direction. In Europe, for example, there is the Physiological Human Project, which goes in this direction, and many researchers are working on that. So maybe I would like just to show you a small films. It's too much light, sorry, I ask, but it's, you know, modernity makes that it's complicated to put out this light. So, but here what you see is, we were celebrating in Geneva 750 years of the creation of the university. So what you see, we had a ballerina dancing on a table in front of a huge auditorium. And then I hope you can see, we can see through, while she's dancing, all the simulation of her knee and lower limb. So here we have done all the skeleton, but the anatomical part is mostly at the limb, the hip, as you can see. So this is very important, that when we do an action, we are able to understand what is happening. This is a 4 years project with a lot of different people who have know-how in medicine, computer science, all kind of disciplines. And this is the results. You see, we can see that in the red part of the deformation, she has deformation of cartilage. So this is interesting, because medical doctor only gets images and they cannot see that when we are on motion. So this is really what I see in the 21st century, one of the main aspects where we all humans would be more informed about our status before things happen. Okay, so if we see another character here, you can see that it's wherever we go, we have our data with us. It's more and more the multimedia view, and we have our iPhone or whatever, and then we can see in Egypt some cultural heritage sites, and then we can ask some former people to say their history, so we can really have mixed reality and understand more than just what we see or the remaining of the past. For example, we have been working on Pompeii, and in fact, we had the real Pompeii, and we were able to populate Pompeii, and with 3D glasses and small computers, we were able to see the life that was in Pompeii. So you see, this is a bit augmentation of life. It's the same also how humans, virtual humans are. They empower us, and here the situation here is empowered through, let's say, mixed reality. So you see, we go through Pompeii, which is beautiful if you have been there, and we see how people were living there. Here we have worked with art historians, because you need to make the right clothes, the right behavior. Of course, the behavior we don't know. Nobody knows, but at least historian tells you that they should behave like that, because we have no films of the time. But at least we have remainings of hairstyle or clothes, and it's what we try to recreate. But the idea here is not only we can, in the future or now already, see the reality, but we can on demand empower the reality, and it is a bit what you see here. So more and more in museum you can get more data, but here is more complex because you have the life and these people speak Latin. And of course on the long time we will be able to discuss with them to know what they were thinking, how they were living, what their thoughts and values, and also exercise variation languages. So this is a universe that is building up also, and it's the beginning of a research which will have a big impact also in the future, because the things are not static, but the things are dynamic as they were at the time, and we can really, for a couple of time, depending on us, live a life how the situation was. In fact, in this example, many things you can see, or they were in museums, but in virtual reality simulation, you can bring everything together and make it live. So it's completely different than to see static things in museum or various museums, but it's really the simulation of the world as it used to be. Okay, so another character I would like to discuss, you know, when I say character is virtual human, is a bit emergency evacuation. So you see here you have crowds of people, and then we can learn, for example, if there are floods like in Thailand, or fire or whatever, how we have to run away. And we could exercise through virtual humans by picking one of them and being taught what to do. So this is something. Another thing where we have worked a lot, I just give you a few examples, is, of course, fashion. That means that we can give dimensions to the computer, dimensions of our body, and then we can see ourselves and try and click on any 3D garments and see how we look like. So it's very important, as we can envisage any collection in the world, and we can try on whatever we like in this collection. Today is not possible because once you have tried 10 clothes, I mean, it's already a lot. You are tired and you get, but with this, if you have collection and it can fit to your body, you can see how it looks like. So just a small example, we have been working since more than 10 years on that. And you see that when we do this kind of research, it's quite complex. First of all, we have to go to the 2D pattern of the clothes. And second, we have to go physical-based simulation. So it's very hard physics in this, because what you can see is the clothes is deformable, is a deformable surface that sticks to the body. So whatever we move, the cloth has to move with the body. So it's something quite complex. I just show you an example of a film that was shown in many festivals, has won many awards. And this film, in fact, is a story, as you can see here, we had in Switzerland a guy who he was the son of a banker, and he went to Paris and opened in the 60s fashion place. And then he has Christian Dior, Bohan, all these big names of fashion as students. So these people were doing drawings, but in fact what you see here is the clothes they have drawn, but they were never manufactured or done. So this is also a tool to see how we can try on or see or visualize clothes in a cultural heritage way that were never seen before. So we just get sketches. So, and then here you see quite a few examples of this. Of course, what is complex here to do is, because they are high fashion clothes, you can see they don't look like today's clothes. They are in the 60s. The patterns you have seen before, because each cloth is different depending on the pattern. So you can see that it's quite complex to see this kind of clothes. So it's just to show you that this is one of my favorites, but unfortunately is with too much light you can hardly see. But anyway, the simulation is quite nice. So you can just a bit imagine what it is. Okay, I will stop with that, because I have many other things to tell you. And finally, we have these kind of characters which are performing characters. What is a performing character. You have children, for example, they like to play not with a passive puppet, but they would like to have a character that is autonomous, that understands the situation, and can even discuss stories together and have a play together. So quite a few researchers are working on that. So this is another application, and I will today explain to you more about the next generation of virtual humans and robots that will empower us through this kind of example. And for example, here you see a lady, and you know today old age requires a lot of attention, and it won't be always possible, maybe in the rich country, but even the rich become poor. So in countries, it's difficult to find people who care about aged people. So more and more we will have virtual humans or robots. But what will they do? It's not, you know, it's not to replace humans, but when you have nobody, it's better to have at least some robots or some virtual human that is aware of the situation and that can pay attention at all kinds of daily things you need to do. So if we come to these kind of topics, one of the main problems we have now with all the virtual humans or social robots is the social interaction we have. This is something that is complicated. Here you see a relation with someone and a robot we have, at least in our lab in Michalab. This is a robot which has a skin like a human. And then the main thing to make it believable is that this robot has to get emotion and should remember what is happening, which is not the case today. It's a lot to do. You know, we speak a lot of virtual humans or avatars or all these kind of things, but what is really missing is the fact that people have, let's say the virtual ones, the fact that they remember, they have emotion, and they have meaning for us. And this is something quite complex because we are in the total domain of psychology. So it is what I would like to show you today. This is this aspect, because in games, if you see games, sometimes to make a game, it costs millions, it costs a lot of money, and because everything is predefined. But if we would have virtual humans, let's say a bit like us, that can empower us, that we can trust, that we have companions, then at least we have to work extremely on the relationship we have with them. So what makes a human, and what makes a relationship acceptable and believable? Of course, from the beginning, I would like to say that I'm not saying that I would prefer to discuss with Eva, she's named Eva, than a real person. But let's say, as said, we empower us since many generations about various tools that are tools to make us more clever, more intelligent, producing more and more. So there is no reason why we don't empower with our knowledge virtual humans or social robots in the way that they will empower us. You know, it's like our children. We give a lot to our children, and then we hope that they will give back to humanity, or eventually to us, or to anybody. So this is the same with virtual human and social robots. Of course, the beauty is, if we are with real people or real life, this is for me the best we can hope. But we need to empower us all the time. We have heard before that the genome is going so fast in advance, much faster than what we expect. So here too, it's going much faster as what we expect, and we need it too. So let's have a look. What are the existing robots? Where is the research? What is the state of the art? Who has done what? So you can see on the left side, there are quite a few virtual humans that have been developed and used in many universities. Now there are some also robots that have been developed, some of MIT's. They have the roles of either being useful for autism children, or to make some function, or to be receptionists. At least we have been using them in many functions. So this is what we can say. Now, what you see here, that these robots or virtual humans is in fact the same, because behind they are computers. they need to have all the parameters that we expect from humans. That means they should express themselves, we should communicate with them, they should recognize everybody, they should memorize what is happening. And this is something that today most of these characters are unable to do. They can do one thing, but not all. So what I would like to show you is there are here examples. So what we can see here, that's one, which is the RoboVis. It's a tutor for children. So you see they are shaking hands, and in fact they are used for teaching English. So then this is an example, and the example I give you, there was an evaluation how with the real humans, the interaction with humans or children, how is it done and how it is perceived and what is missing. So if we continue, that's another one, Laura, which is a health advisor. So in this case, she will also give some service, and there are also an evaluation that has been done with her. Now you see Valerie, which most virtual humans until today were either giving the meteo or being receptionist. And even you have robots here, they are weight loss coach. So you can have a coach that follow you and look about your weight and can do all kinds of actions. I won't go into the details, but what I would like to say that these interactive robots or virtual humans, they have all features, but some of them have a few features, some others have other features. So the main problem is that they are not human enough that we are using them on a daily basis, but it's also a new research. So if you can see here, that's another robot which is used for fitness as a fitness companion. And the last one, it comes from a European project. This is like iCat. It's more an affective chess player, so companion with whom we can play chess. So the idea here is the people interest in the decrease in the interaction. So it means that in all these studies, what has been noticed is over time, people get the interest, they lose the interest. So because of that, there's something more to do. So what are the next challenge to do? Because now it's not so fancy to use them all the time. At the beginning it's fancy, we have seen this in Geneva, but then after a while people say, okay, well, you know, something is missing. So what is the future for that? So if we look at that, the first thing is the affective stimulation for lifelike characters. So we have to put more AI in the character, the psychology models, and the cognitive science. So we have to model emotions, we have to model personality, mood, and relationship with the others. In fact, is what we have as a real human. We have first a personality, then a mood, then emotions all the time, and it's never fixed. I mean, emotions are variable according to interaction. So because of that, we have to model that. Now, another thing we have to model to make them more acceptable for the future is we have to remember what has happened. That means they should be able to remember us, to remember what has happened between each other, and if the relationship was positive or not, and what was the nature of the relationship. And also what you can see is we have to work also on facial animation, the expression, and of the robots or of the human, and also evaluate how it is perceived with reality. So this is a complex diagram. I don't like to go into detail, but I just like to make concrete what is being done around the planet with this kind of research, which is very popular. When I have started in the early 80s, we were just a few working on that. But actually, it's almost no lab in computer graphics that doesn't work on this, either one part or another part. So it's a very important domain. So as you can see here, you have one part. In fact, at the complete left, you have a real person. And as a robot or virtual humans has to know whom we are, what are our emotions, and so on. So we need all kinds of techniques to be able to recognize who we are at every moment and what are our emotions, what do we say. As you know, since I remember being a professor in Canada in the 80s, there was a big center of automatic translation, and at that time, I can tell you, it was obvious that in the years at least 2000, which was something so far away, we were sure that we will be able to understand languages. Today, I tell you, we are not able really to understand languages. We are still, it's still extremely complex. So in this part of understanding, you know, facial emotion, what does it mean in terms of emotion? Because myself, if I have emotion, you can eventually say a bit of my kind of emotions. And when I speak, you can interpret what I say. So all that has to be done, in fact, by a virtual human, which is behind a computer. So all this part has to be captured, understood, and then afterwards, it needs like a brain or emotional brain. The diagram here is only the face. I didn't put the body. So we have a brain, let's say a virtual or synthetic brain, and we need to have all kinds of brain parts. I will come a bit later on that. And then afterwards, another part is because ourselves, we are biological beings, and because of that, we react very naturally, instinctively. But a virtual one, we have to model everything. So everything has to be calculated in order that the virtual one reacts in a normal way. So, okay, so if we look at the emotion level, it's just one part I like to discuss with you and not all the parts because it's too complex. At the contrary of what we have heard in the first part, simulating a human, you know, of course, through equations, is something extremely complex. It's not always complex because of the algorithms. It is complex because, in fact, it's complicated to understand how we function. When we go in the emotional way, it's very complex. So here you see that the affect simulation is emotion, mood, personality, social relationships. And you will see, I'm sorry for the complexity of the diagram, but I just show you the reality of the research. I will just tell you about the concept here. But what is interesting is early in 82, a psychologist, Ekman, I think every computer scientist knows this guy because he was the first one, you know, although he's not so old, the first one who defined what are the kind of emotions we can have. He was not a computer scientist. He just, in psychology, defined this kind of drawings and classify a bit the expressions. But then afterwards, as you can see, there are other psychologists who try to make models which are more complex. So over the time, it's quite interesting. If you see Mehrabian, who is working on the mood, his first paper is 96. So it's not so old. So before in psychology, no psychologists were daring to analyze concretely, or not just in sentences, but more formally, what is the mood? Do we have a model of mood? So you see, this research is quite new. And if we continue here, we can see the model of mood. So just to have an idea how Mehrabian, who is one of the models we use particularly in our lab, how does he describe the mood or the temperament? So what you can see, he has defined the pleasure, displeasure, arousal, it's like physical activity and mental alertness, and the dominance and contrary of the dominance, and a mixture of all these parameters in a cube, which can take any value, allows to make all kind of possibility of moods. So this is the model. So if we look at a human, you know, if we look at a human, we have first what is more stable is a personality. So the personality, people have also worked in 2006. You see, it's pretty recent to know what are the personality models. So many people have worked since then. But just to show that when we work on virtual humans in computer science, you have absolutely to rely on models in psychology. And this one, for example, for personality, this is something more permanent. And if we look at mood, it is more temporal. And in fact, it's a bit different than emotion, because emotion are the results of personality and mood, and it is a more dynamic expression. So you see another model we use for personality. So personality is the ocean model we are using. So in fact, it is classified into different types, like openness, consciousness. You can see, for example, neuroticism. And this has been one of the first models defined. And then the good thing in this is that we have a quantitative model we can use in order to model this kind of thing. Now, when we speak, we have a personality, we have mood, and we have emotions, and we have also a relationship with someone. That means that if I see someone the first time, I'm astonished, so I need to know what is your name, where are you coming from, and so on. But over time, we will, at least the virtual one has to remember that identifying myself, the relation was positive, negative, or whatever, it was said this and this. So all that has, in parameter, we have also to model, it's the interrelation attitude. For example, we have Eva as a robot. You have seen her before. I just show you in a few minutes. And if I'm negative to her, she will remember. And when she sees me next, she will have a face which she pays attention. You understand? And this is normal, because if I insult someone, I'm sure most of the case, the person will not be so nice to me. So this is very complex domain, because until now, you see robots, they are most of the time doing things, cleaning or walking. This we have seen for 20 years. Actually, what is important is the social robots, people with whom we can live with, we trust them, they remember us, they are personal to us, and they are true companions. I mean, okay, real companions are always the best. I believe so. But if we can empower with this kind of tools, then it's something very important. So you see here, this is a model done by Argyle in 1998, so pretty also recent model. Before that, you couldn't, because you have just theory that has no quantitative value. So here we have model of friendly, hostile, and if you have high affiliation, that means that you are close to someone, you are kind, and so on. But if you have low affiliation, in this case that you keep like that with the people, a bit lack of smiling, and of course is another attitude. So depending on that, it conditions the virtual humans in the relationship. So this is exactly what we try to have between each other. And if we like to have virtual humans or social robots, we cannot just have tools that goes around. We don't believe in them. We need to empower them more in terms of this affect, and it's what I try to tell you. So now another thing which is extremely important is we human, we remember. So we have all kinds of memories. I won't do a course on memory, but let's say we use this episodic memory, and I don't like to go too much in details of that, but just to say that when we have a memory, we encode. There is a phase of encoding, is how a memory is captured and stored, and we have the storage, and we have how do we retrieve an information. That means we have stored quite a lot of data, but how the virtual human retrieves. So that's quite a number of high models in that. It's pretty much complex. Now, just to say that we have a personality, we have mood, we have emotion, we have a memory, but they are separate entities. In our being, all this is always linked together. And the second thing is it changes all the time, because we are in collaboration with the world, and we have always new input, arousal. And because of that, we need a model then also that we have to take decisions. So there are all kinds of people working on decision models. For example, we can have reflex agents. That means more automatic decision making, or, for example, using every programmer knows the rules, like if something happens, then it will happen that. Or we have finite state machines. And then the second thing is goal-based agents, so that's a bit more flexible. In our case, we use hierarchical task network. And we have more flexible, like utility-based agents, the ones who work on AI. This is more on the AI part. This is also included with that. So the difficulty of all what I say, and I just like to tell you that it is complex, is we have some people work on AI, some people work on memory, some people work on personality. But the problem is, in the reality, everything is very much linked. So the complexity in this virtual human is how do we link them together? So you see here, when you have, for example, just a dialogue, we speak, then you need to have this kind of decision making in order to understand and on the right time to look at the memory and afterwards to let the virtual one act accordingly, according to the situation. And I think this is a huge, enormous amount of work between scientists, because actually people are very much focused on one aspect and not linking all the aspects together. So just to give you an example of our, what we have, our emotion engine, we have developed this at Michèle, and the example I will show you soon is based on that. So we have taken, you know, when you define a model and you like to integrate, you have to pick up the best model we think. And so we have chosen the ocean personality model. You remember that was like all these 5 main criteria of personality. And then we have chosen the model of orthonie with 16 emotions. And we have the Meramavian mood, which is more what you can see here, pleasure, arousal, dominance. What is interesting for those who like more mathematics is here you have the mood cube, so that means the axis in 3D. So in 3 dimensions, you have pleasure, arousal, dominance. And of course, depending where the result is, you can have all kinds of values inside the cube. Now, the other model I have spoken before, the relationship model, is right. So what we have is, first, we need to define a personality. Then we have to enter all the emotion, that says the basic. And then also the relationship and the decision model. And then dynamically, according to the input recognition of what a real human, how a real human is behaving, there are parameters that come into the system and will change the situation and the value. And the virtual human or social robots will answer accordingly. So this is just to, I just would like to, because I'm so liking this, that I would like to bring you to see more in detail how it is done. It's no mystery. So we are having one of the first model. I mean, some other colleagues work also on that. So that's the community working on that. But let's say, where are we today? We are at this stage. And then what you see here is, for example, we could define in a relationship 4 cases. First, when at the beginning, when we have a relationship, first we have to initialize the base mood of the personality. And after each interaction, that means when a human real is talking to a virtual one, then immediately the first action is that the real one needs to be recognized. And then at the case 3, when a person leaves, the virtual one has to be aware, okay, this person is leaving. And all the time, the case 4, at each emotional impulse, then is something happening in terms of emotion and mood update. So it's in fact the reality of life. When I discuss with someone, at every moment, depending on what's being said, we update our mood and emotions. So how do we do this with virtual humans or social robots? I just show you. So here is just to show you a bit how it is done. Here you can see at the left part, we set up personality model. First of all, everybody, we as real, we have the virtual ones, we have to define a personality. So that means that whoever virtual you will meet, they can be different. We can have a neurotic robot. For example, our robot, Eva, sometimes we set up her neurotic and she becomes very unpleasant. You know, it's just to see that, okay, let's make more complexity, because we don't like to have, you know, the automatic behavior. We don't like that. We like to have, like humans, something not predictable, and that's what we try to do with this kind of model. So you see, we set up the personality, we set up an initial mood. You can see here there is a base mood, but over time, with the case, you know, when we have interaction, this will change according to what is the exchange. And it will take all kind of facial expression. We analyze the facial expression of the real person. If the real person look angry, so this is coming to the virtual one that will take into account and eventually modify emotions, mood, personality staying the same. So this is a bit the model, just to see. I don't like to go more in detail anyway. If you are interested, all the publications are on Mira Lab website. So for more detail, you can look. But just to say that that's another part, that once all that has been analyzed and dynamically modified, then the virtual human has to get the right expression. So this is the last part to do, because the virtual one, or even the robot, we have a robot with deformable skin. So that means at any moment, the answer must be modeled too. So in this, what we show is, according to what will be the answer of the virtual human will have to get the right deformation of the lips, say the right words, and close the eyes regularly, as I am doing, and also gaze. I mean, if I have a relationship with a virtual one, the virtual one should look at me and not on the other part. So the gaze should follow, and also when we agree, you know, we have all kinds of gestures. So this, according to the dynamic of the situation, the virtual human or the social robot should behave accordingly. So this is a bit what we say here. Now to come to Eva, you know, this is one I like. Now she's aging because she has very special skin. She was very beautiful, but now over time the skin, which is, you know, difficult to maintain, she's not so nice as before. We have her 3 years ago, something like that. Anyway, you see, in fact, behind she has 32 servomotors. So just to see if she's looked, you will see she has nice hair and so on. But if we open, it's what she has. And in fact, we can give values from 0 to 250. So you see, I just show you that in the human body, I had studied biology among many other things. But we know that in biology, we have like electrical circuits, you know, around the body that goes around, and you have action potential that decide if we get hormones liberated or not, and all these kind of things. So if you study at this level real human, in fact, we are very much linked to electricity and to very basic things. So here, okay, the hardware is different, is a bit more simple, particularly in this one, but is these servomotors. So in fact, what we do is, for virtual human, there is a standard that has been defined about emotions. You have seen the high level, but translating this, because a virtual human is done of a grid, and the grid has to deform accordingly to give the right expressions. So in fact, according to a standard, we have been defined largely, and then we can define all kinds of expression. And what we have done, we have made a correspondence towards the robots, because the robots pull, you know, the skin is deformed, and we have to indicate to the motors you have seen before, behind, how they should act in order they pull the skin in the right way, in order they have the right expression. So here you see we have one platform to work on, and the virtual one or the robot is exactly the same software. In fact, behind is a computer. The only thing is the last part. How do you translate? One is a mesh made out of polygons, and the other one is a skin actioned by motors, just to see the physical aspect. So this is a bit how we have worked to make it compatible, because very soon you have people working in robotics, you have people working on 3D worlds or virtual humans, but here you have people working on both together. Okay, so here you see Eva, and maybe I can just show you what she can do. She can do a lot of things, but here she can sing, for example. We just to show you, she can sing all language.
Je suis malade, complètement malade. Je verse mon sang dans ton corps et je suis comme un oiseau mort. Quand toi tu dors, je suis malade, parfaitement malade. Tu m'as privé de tous mes chants, tu m'as vidé de tous mes mots. Pourtant moi, j'avais du talent avant ta peau.
This we have shown in a shopping center. In fact, we have Eva. She could sing in any language, Arabic, German, French. Here it's what was in French, yeah? And people could choose, and it was very popular. The problem is she sang so much that she destroyed her skin, so we have to change. So, in fact, now I have a last demo I would like to show you. I have more demos, but maybe due to time, I think I would prefer having some questions. So here what you can see is Eva in relationship with someone, and I will again take this because I don't have the sound here, so I mean except the one on my computer. So I just show you an interaction with, we have made many interactions. In fact, we have made tests with 50 people. Everyone has interacted. Eva remembered when we come back. She remembered the way how the relationship at the beginning is. So depending if, for example, we have a case study as Eva is a teacher, and because she is a teacher, she has quite a few students coming. And if the students is willing to learn, then she's positive. But if the students say, I feel bored and just like to go away, then she becomes not so happy, and so on. But it can change over time. So this is a case study we have done, and we have also published. So as said, we are at the beginning of this kind of research. You know, we have to transpose this in 20 years, or I don't know, it doesn't matter. And of course, we will empower more and more because many people are working on that. So let's look at this example.
Eva is a socially interactive robot developed for the purpose of studying and creating technology for long-term human-robot interaction. She is equipped with several components, such as emotion and social relationship simulation, memory modeling, decision-making and reasoning. She can remember people, their faces and past exchanges using face recognition technology and artificial intelligence algorithms. She also has human-like expression capability with a repertoire of emotional facial expressions, blinking, idle gaze, and head animation. In this particular example, Eva is a tutor of digital photography.
Hello there. My name is Eva. What is your name?
My name is Marlene.
So, your name is Marlene.
Yes.
We are going to have 4 classes together. At each class, I will teach you the concepts and ask you questions to see your progress. We will start with camera exposure.
Based on her initial personality, Eva can motivate the users, encourage them when they make mistakes, and congratulate them when they are successful. By using empathic phrases and facial expressions, she aims to create self-awareness in users in order to improve their learning experience.
Hi, Marlene. Great to see you again. Are you ready for today's course? I remember you did great last time. What do you think?
Oh, it was fun.
Great to hear that. As you remember, I asked you what exposures, and you answered that correctly, Marlene.
Yes.
In today's course, we will go in details of exposure settings. Let's start with shutter speed. Can you tell me what is it? The instructions on the screen may help you.
Comes with the duration of the exposure.
Yes, well done. You are doing very good, Marlene.
Eva can have multiple interactions with people over extended periods of time. She can remember her particular relationship with each user and pass knowledge about them, such as their feelings and their multiple level with respect to the pedagogical goals of the course. Our research with multiple users show that Eva has proven to be a good platform for studying long-term interaction and let us gain fruitful insights for everyday use of social robots for entertainment and education.
Okay, thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much for a really interesting talk. It looks like the end of professors, if this will continue on. So we have just a few minutes for questions, and people probably also have to, don't know if anyone, if you're leaving or if you're running to the washroom. I'll just let it happen. Anyway, who would like to ask a question?
Peter Calamai. The Emma had facial recognition, so it would tell you from me. But did it recognize that someone was smiling or frowning?
Somebody, I'm sorry.
Did it recognize the facial, in addition to knowing who the person was, did it know what their emotion was as well?
Yes, they are recognizing emotions, yeah.
So from the voice and from the face as well?
Absolutely, from the face.
So if I smiled, it would smile in return?
Absolutely, yeah. This is a research we have been pursuing since 10 years because, it's very delicate research.
Oui, Esther Freter-Mataru. My question is, how does the science of holograms relate to VH?
Well, in fact, hologram is more real 3D, For example, if you have a screen, it will come out of the screen as some virtual, tangible person. We can do hologram if we like. In fact, we have another project with UNC, University of Chapel Hill, and ETH in Zurich, and it's to have these 3D virtual humans, coming out of the screen as more the feeling of presence. So this is another project we have in parallel. So your question is quite adequate for the kind of research we are doing in parallel to that, yeah.
Thank you for your presentation. I come from a legal background, public policy, so I apologize if I know nothing about robotics. But it occurs to me that initially robots were sold to us as time savers, as service providers, if you will. There was a concern at the time that would replace or displace those among us who were unskilled and who, in fact, relied on the kinds of jobs that robots were being created. Now, of course, you've taken it one step further and, in fact, suggest that one of the replacements are humans themselves. And I'm wondering, what's the end game of this research, and how do humans protect themselves against the inevitable use of these kinds of both structures that you're creating and also protect themselves from those who will control them, which are those who are rich and powerful?
Yeah, thank you for this excellent question. I think, I think you lawyers have to discuss in a democratic way with people to know what they want. And I think it's very important not to leave them because they will be more and more autonomous. We have seen that computers are watching us more and more. So in fact, this kind of people can have understanding, different personality, manipulate us, let's say, on the long run. And I think what you say is completely right. We have to define how far we would like to go. Technology should empower us, but the final decision is us. What do we want? When you ask what is the end goal, we are in rich countries, but the rich countries anyway, what I said, are coming poor, as we can see more and more. Because I'm living in Asia, I see that they are becoming more and more rich, and Europe, when I come back, I see that we are coming more and more poor. So, we see in Asia so many people who are poor. So in this case, for example, in Singapore, you see a lot of old people. They have nobody actually to take care of them. I mean, myself, if I would be in this situation, I would dream to have a clever emotional companion that at least tell me if I am old age, take your medication, pay attention. If something happens, call someone to help me, you understand? So it's a human touch you have in extra if we don't have real people, which today is difficult to have for the majority of people. So when you ask, is something, when we have another project where you play with the puppet, everybody, since long time, children are playing with puppets, but when the puppets can teach them, show them things, are helping them even when they learn mathematics, for example, then it's a plus, 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 you know, because we like to learn more, faster, to be more competitive. So I think these kind of tools, they have the appearance of humans, but behind, of course, again, they are computers.
Let's just move. We have 2 more questions, and that's all the time we have right now. So Ian, please, first.
Hi, I'm Ian Kerr, and I'm at the University of Ottawa. I'm in the Chair Network for Technology. I wanted to make a quick comment, but then I wanted to ask you a question, which I think is in part a follow-on to the last question. The comment is, I thought it was rather ironic when you showed us the demonstration of Eva, that the song that was chosen to be mixed into the background was a song called Sad, Sad Robot, which is a song by a European group which really tries to ponder, you know, this whole project that you're undertaking and its effects not only for robots but machines. So I appreciate that on the one hand you probably selected it because it was an interesting song about the project of putting emotion into machines.
Yeah.
But at the same time, the song actually reflects, I think, some of the questions about the end game along the lines of the last question. I have one question that follows on that last question that I think is a bit more particularized. I don't know if you've heard of it, but there's a project out in the United States that's called the Avatar Kiosk. And it's a project that is won an award from the Department of Homeland Security. And it, in essence, is an avatar that uses all the technologies that you're talking about as the first screening process for somebody coming through, for example, a security checkpoint to determine whether they're lying. So it has infrared sensors, it has vocalic sensors, and the idea would be to, again, delegate something that was once done with human beings over to the machine system, at least as the first point of entry. I'm wondering what you think about that kind of application of the technologies that you're building the foundation.
Yeah. So, yeah. You are raising a very important question, at least for me, you know, because I started with a couple of people this area, and then suddenly I had people asking me, yes, you have model Marilyn Monroe, can we use her in pornography in games? So you can imagine I was liking her because of her difficult life. I never liked the possible use of this, and we come back to the question before about the law and what we allow to do. So, you know, I'm chairing an institute in Singapore, and I could have millions. Let's say in Singapore it's a lot of money, but let's say I could have a lot of money because I have always the Army or the Department of Defense coming to me saying, can you make the virtual soldiers or how, and so on. For security is number one issue. I never accepted, I mean, I'm not so poor in the way that I'm not obliged. So myself, I don't go for that. And that's the reason why I was appreciating also the previous question, because I think that what we do is more to empower people, to bring them a plus in the way that emotionally, for example, what do you have today when you have avatars that are dummies? We don't like dummies. Why we don't empower them to have companions that can help you when you have difficult time or in difficult, you know, for example, autist children. Already now it is used for that because they are less afraid, because it's less invasive and so on. So my answer to your question is yes, it's to help the human touch, the humanity, but no if it's to control everybody and to empower war knowledge. It's my opinion.
Owen Michaels, I write for a transhumanist blog. Anyway, You very much touch on the uncanny valley a lot of the time when you're talking about these things, and you talk about it very much in kind of the short term. You're talking about facial expressions, emotions, all that kind of stuff. And I was just kind of wondering, because it always seems to me that one of the key factors in kind of a long-term human relationship is experience, is the notion that the other individual has had a life and had experiences that are separate from yours. So I'm just wondering if you feel that sort of having to program a life, essentially develop a overall experience narrative for one of these kind of personalities is necessary in order to actually kind of create a true human experience in interaction, as opposed to say a short-term one like we're experiencing now.
Yeah. I was thinking of, I was telling about facial expression and all that because it's what we see. But as you have seen, we have publications in the memory process. For example, this is something you mentioned, to remember and to have meaning to us. You know, if someone has a meaning to us, it's because we remember what has happened. We have feeling. So in fact, it's just what we try to do. And it's a very long-term goal. I'm not sure in 20 years, well, I'm not sure I can give the conference in 20 years. This I'm almost not sure. But let's say I'm not sure if young researchers will continue on that. This I'm sure. But of the results in 20, 50 years, I can be sure that we will have this kind of companions that can memorize all our relationship the same way as we do and have the appropriate gesture. And robotics, if it's linked to capacities that can help us to, I don't know, take objects, serve as something, you know, the true companions that in intimacy with us can live with us. So myself, I'm convinced of that.
So I have decided to add one last question. We have a new arrival. He's the ambassador of Guatemala, His Excellency Monsieur de la Roche, and he would like to ask a question.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor, for a very useful presentation. In the case of Eva singing, was it her singing?
No.
Was it a recording?
In fact, no, it's a good question. In fact, we have a real one that was singing, and it's the voice of a real one, is not a synthesized voice. Because, you know, the problem is we have to show emotions. So, in fact, what we try to model here is the way how she was expressing herself. We try our best. Yeah, but in fact, behind is a real voice person. Yeah, we are not so far. I mean, I like your question because it shows that we have a lot to do to generate automatically this kind of emotional voice. You know, it's also another domain of how can any virtual one sing in a different way. So that's a lot of work to be done.
Thank you. And a lot of work already done. Thanks very much. So now we move to the last speaker for this morning, and I ask my colleague, Professor Jennifer Chandler, to introduce the next speaker. Just very briefly, Jennifer is a professor at the Faculty of Common Law and has worked for many years on issues at the intersection of science, technology, law, and policy and society.
Thanks very much. I'm delighted to introduce to you, our next speaker, Fiona Miller, an extremely accomplished scholar in the area of health technology policy. And she comes to us from University of Toronto, where she's an associate professor at the Department of Health Policy Management and Evaluation. And her research focuses on health technologies and the policies around health technology, organized around the upstream issues related to the process of scientific discovery, as well as human subjects research, and the downstream questions that emerge in terms of assessment of these new technologies, and also evaluation of their integration into clinical and public health services and activities. She looks a lot at diagnostic and screening technology.
This on? Thanks so much. It's a real pleasure to be here today. And I was really excited to be able to give this talk because it gives me an opportunity to think forward and anticipate our post-human future in terms of screening in newborns. So just to put my work a little bit more in perspective and what I bring to this. I'm a health policy researcher, a health services researcher, and I've been very involved for quite a while now with newborn screening. I'll tell you about that a bit more, but basically when we test newborns to try and identify health risks that they face, health problems that they face, and intervene. And my involvement, I'm not a basic science researcher. I'm a social scientist, so I do work on outcomes, trying to explore health service utilization, trying to explore psychosocial outcomes for families who get different results. I work in collaboration with clinicians who are trying to improve clinical and health outcomes. And I also do public engagement work with consumers, parents, and with citizens more broadly to debate and discuss what is the future of screening that we would like to see? What should newborn screening be doing? So for me, this was a terrific opportunity to extrapolate yet further than I often do in the discussions that I have. And what I want to do, I hope you can see this down here, Baby 2.0. I want to use a very frequently used technique in the social sciences and humanities for horizon scanning, for thinking about some of the futures that might be before us, the sort of scenario studies approach. So I want to draw out a scenario to take us forward from now to 2050 for the future of screening, when I propose that one possible future, the future that I'm going to map out for you, yields our post-human baby, Baby 2.0. And so please imagine, I'd like to imagine that this is me in 40-odd years. I'll be an old lady. I'll be coming to the close of my years, and I'll be reflecting back on almost half a century of professional research and policy engagement, because I'm very involved with various advisory committees in terms of trying to run and make effective our newborn screening programs. And looking back on this and tracking the future as it unfolded over the decades. So let me start way back from 2050, half a century ago, to the year 2000, a more naive time, a time of Baby 1.0, when we engaged in newborn screening, and it was beatific, and it was a very small program in some ways. So newborn screening, for those of you who don't know, is about taking a very small sample of blood from the heel of a baby in the first days of life. Here it's after 24 hours, some places it's the first few days of life, in order to identify, in 2000 we were seeking to identify very rare, very treatable, very early onset, very serious conditions, where we could intervene early and have a profound impact on the health and life opportunity of these children. This is an image from the 70s of how newborn screening got started, because it got started in the 1960s with screening for this condition, for phenylketonuria. Phenylketonuria is an inherited inability to metabolize phenylalanine, which is an amino acid that's present in protein-rich foods. And this is an image of two children, both of whom have phenylketonuria. And the boy on the left was not identified early, and the boy on the girl on the right was. So this is the classic success story of newborn screening, which in 2000 was still core to what we were doing, and core to what we were about, was finding very few children. In 2000, we had to screen about 135,000 babies in Ontario to identify about 10 children who had this condition, in order to have a profound impact on their health and life opportunity. And in Ontario in 2000, we were screening for two conditions across the country. There was some variation, but still a very small number of conditions. And as you know, Canada is a country of provinces, each of which runs its own healthcare system and therefore runs its own public health system and newborn screening system. So there's always going to be variation as our future maps out. But in 2000, although there was variation, there was a lot of commonality. A small number of extremely rare conditions, a fairly laborious laboratory process whereby there was an assay per condition. For phenylketonuria, a bacterial inhibition assay, which sounds almost quaint now in 2050, looking back on that. And it was a part of routine newborn care. We did this for all the babies, or effectively all the babies born. We had, since the 1960s, developed an incredible platform for delivering this intervention to newborns. It was then, and it is now, our best record of births. There is no, I can't really tell you what percentage of coverage it had then or it has now, I can estimate. But it really is the best way we know how many babies are being born in Ontario in a given year or in any other jurisdiction, is through newborn screening, because the system is so effective and so comprehensive. It basically captures all. And this was done as routine newborn care, highly recommended, no legal exemption from the requirement of informed consent, but in practice, rolled into newborn care with explicit or with presumed or implied consent. So that was the state of affairs 50 years ago from our place now in 2050. And we were still using principles of screening that had served us since the 1960s. These were the principles of screening from the WHO, the World Health Organization, in 1968. And quaintly, in 2000, we were still using these principles. This was still the core of what we were trying to do. And the 1968 principles that were also present in 2000 were suggesting that population screening is a massive intervention into the lives of people who see themselves to be well, who perceive themselves to be well. They have not asked for a medical intervention. They have not brought themselves forward with signs and symptoms of disease and said, please help me. They are out there, and the state, in the form of a medical practitioner, goes to them and says, you need this test. You need this intervention in order to improve your health outcomes. And because it was viewed in 2000 as this major intervention into people's lives, the expectation was that you really had to have a good justification for such an intervention. You had to be clear that you were bringing benefits to those people in whose lives you intervened. And so these were the principles that we used then in 2000 to guide us in thinking about when it was appropriate to impose on and intervene into the lives of seemingly healthy people to suggest a health risk, which is what we were focused on then. It had to be an important health problem. We had to be able to identify this kind of early stage, a latent stage, when there was still time to intervene and change the course of the disease, which was phenylketonuria and conditions like it. So we had to have a pretty good understanding of the way that disease played out if left untreated. Had to have an accurate test, had to have an accepted treatment, and also, importantly, in 2000, we thought of these interventions as comprehensive programs. We weren't just finding the condition for the purpose of finding the condition. We were finding the condition to intervene early and have an effect. We needed to know who to treat and how to treat them, and we needed to have the arrangements, the facilities, the services to bring families in to clarify diagnosis. As you know, when you screen 130, 140, 200,000 newborns, you will identify, or then it was 130,000, to find those 10 children with PKU, about 150 families get first an initial screen-positive result. About 150 families got a phone call when the baby was a week or two old and told to get to suite to the local academic health science center for confirmatory testing. And most of those 150 families, after being terrified by that process, were nonetheless sent home and said, your baby is fine, to find those 10. But we had to have that whole system of subsequent diagnosis, and we had to have the capacity to treat those babies, identify those 10 children identified with PKU. Attentive to cost and organizing this in an ongoing way. These were our principles, and this was our philosophy. This was a quote from the time, the then president of the March of Dimes, an organization and agency that has in its history played a very, very big role and has continued since 2000 to play a very big role in building the future of newborn screening. Then it was characterized thusly. Newborn screening is one of the real success stories in public health because it combines a low-cost population-based screening program with highly effective treatment that literally saves lives and prevents long-term chronic disability. Well, that was then. So let me tell you about how it started to change. 2010 was, I think, by that time, an important shift in the way we started to do newborn screening. And one of the central elements of the shift was technological, but also how we chose to use the technology. By 2010, many jurisdictions around the world, including in Ontario, had adopted a platform-type technology, a multiplex technology like tandem mass spectrometry. It doesn't matter the details, the specifics of this technology as you identify the mass of compounds. So it's very good for identifying anomalies in amino acids or isocarnitines, so inherited metabolic disorders and such could be identified. With something like this, I mentioned that in 2000, it was a test-by-test, specific assay per specific condition. Now you've got a tool, you've got a piece of technology that can identify one condition or identify 70 conditions. And it's a minimally different level of effort within the laboratory to do the one or the other. If you can do 50, you can do 1, you can do 10, you can do 70. This is the capacity that by 2010, newborn screening programs in Canada and around the world had started to adopt. And it made some significant shifts at the time in how we were thinking about what we were doing for babies and their families. Again, as with all healthcare interventions, and as a health policy person, the scientists always say it's coming, and I always say, wait. It's going to take some time, as it always does, to play out in the service delivery systems, the systems of care, the arrangements of healthcare practitioners, the arrangements of family behavior, of where you live, how hospitals are organized. It always takes time to play out, and it's sporadic. But nonetheless, by 2010, it's starting to change. There's still quite a bit of variation. Some provinces in 2010 were still only screening for very few conditions. Others had moved up into the decade, the 10s and 20s and 30s. Using tandem mass spectrometry. Still very much, though, within the spirit of the earlier time, routine newborn care and comprehensive coverage. It was also a time by 2010 when we saw a resurgence of parent and professional advocacy. Newborn screening was built in the 1960s by parent and professional advocacy. It was built because parents and professionals and organizations that worked with them said, we need to create this infrastructure to find every baby who has these ultra-rare conditions. And this force was remobilized in a very significant way by 2010. And this was one of many images. Hey, can we get a little expanded newborn screening over here that was really propelling those of us who are sitting around advisory committee tables to move forward and expand. And in also agencies like here in Ontario, the Ombudsman with a report like this, pushing forward with expansion, calling for expansion, suggesting that existing stalling was something that gave one the right to be quite impatient. This was a political agenda as well. I recall, I think, that this was the provincial government of the time, I think a liberal government then, that used newborn screening as part of its political conversation with the citizenry to say, look what we've done. We've gone from 2 rare genetic diseases and disorders to 28. We've gone from few to many, and more is better. So this was a very important part of the shift that was going on in 2010. And our principles were starting to shift. Those of us sitting around the table engaged in tandem mass spectrometry, knowing that we were picking up 28 conditions, knew that we didn't really know the natural history of several of the conditions that were on that panel. They were so rare, we might never see them actually, but if we saw them, we weren't entirely going to be sure what it was or what this disease would play out to be. You were picking up theoretical variations in metabolic profile, right, that you could identify. This would be a defect of a metabolic pathway, but what does it look like in a person, in a human being? We weren't so sure. We also started to value very explicitly the capacity of multiplex testing. We started to say, there's something actually valuable about being able to screen more. When we have a platform test technology that can screen more, that is something not just incidentally, useful. This is something to be positively valued. Multiplex testing is inherently an advantage. There was lots of debate around 2010, too. Ethics in newborn genetic screening, scholars debating this, moral philosophers, social scientists, the U.S. panel, the changing moral focus of newborn screening. There was much debate, but it was a sense that there was some real shift in this. And so in terms of our treatments, in terms of our principles, the tone started to shift. And here was a quote that I remember from an advocate at the time who argued, we are no longer, and what she was really meaning was we should no longer be making arguments about when to include a new test for a condition. We should no longer be saying, should we add this disease to our panel? Should we add this disease to our panel? We must argue instead about when to exclude a test from a panel. So taking the position of a panel test technology, multiplex testing capacity, we can identify 70 conditions with this tool as easily as we can identify one. So the moral position is no longer, what should we add? What should we screen for? The moral position, she said, is why wouldn't we screen for 70? Give me a good reason. Right? It wasn't entirely taken up by 2010. But that argument was being aired, and it was influential. We also knew in 2010 what was on the horizon, what we used to call next-generation sequencing. It's almost laughable now, given what we have, but then we thought it was new. Next-generation sequencing, the capacity, still too expensive in 2010 to actually sequence the whole human genome of an individual. We could do it, but not in a service delivery context. But in 2010, we were anticipating the $1,000 genome when we would be able to, and less, presumably in time, when we would be able to sequence the whole genome of every individual. And it would become reasonable, or at least economically viable, to introduce this as a routine part of medical care, and even potentially as a routine part of a population-based screening initiative done to all the babies born in any jurisdiction. South of the border, the Americans were ahead of the game on this one, and anticipating this, there was much debate, but calling for a research agenda, as they put it, to stimulate the interface between newborn screening and genomic technology. So we knew that it was coming, although we weren't quite sure how we would manage it. By 2020, certainly the $1,000 genome was out there, but it wasn't yet something we were ready to adopt into routine population screening, by which I mean there's a big difference between the occasional individual doing a test on themselves and as a public health program doing this for every baby born. So what we moved to instead was targeted exome sequencing. And as you know, within the 20 or 30,000 protein coding genes, there are exons that primarily are involved in developing the specific protein. So if you can identify much more quickly and easily and cheaply the exons involved in relevant disease genes and leave the rest of the human genome, the rest of the sequence, untapped. So we adopted targeted exon sequencing in the newborn screening context by 2010. We had done so in Ontario and around the country. Again, there was variation. Some provinces were still only reliant on tandem mass spectrometry and related techniques, but some had adopted targeted exome sequencing by then, and there was therefore a capacity to identify 4,000 disease genes. They weren't conditions. That would be inappropriate. But 4,000 disease genes, disease-associated genes, were targeted by our platform technologies by that time. Within each disease gene, there could be thousands of different variants identified, some of which would be clearly and closely associated with the disease of interest, some of which would be far less clearly defined or understood in terms of their relationship with the actual disease of interest. But nonetheless, we identified 4,000, many quite rare, but most of them involved in childhood or early adulthood, where we thought there could be health benefits for some of these children. We also made a social intervention, a healthcare intervention at that time, a change in the nature of our intervention into people's lives. We split newborn screening into two connected pieces. There was the routine package, which we tried to get every baby to take up. And that was the tandem mass spectrometry, where we said, you know, we really think we know quite a bit about the health conditions here, and you should learn this information about your baby and try to improve their health outcomes. But then we decided that the targeted exome sequencing would identify so many variants of uncertain clinical significance. Thousands and thousands of variants associated with known disease genes, but themselves as variants were so uncertain in terms of their clinical significance. We felt that it would be very important to make this optional. So we split our panel and we created this optional arm. So families would be told, here's the newborn screening you should have for sure, and here's the newborn screening you might want to have. Of course, we saw, and others did around the world, and had already by this time seen that in that context, the uptake is very high. We were getting at least 95% uptake, in other jurisdictions even more. But we felt, nonetheless, there was an important principle at stake here to give people an option about whether to take this up. As I said, the 4,000 disease genes we were looking for were very much associated with health outcomes. Some of them would be things like early onset Alzheimer's that might onset in the 1930s, in the age of the 30s or 40s. But many of them were also behavioral conditions. Some of the disease genes seem to be associated with things like autism. or with ADHD, attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, associated with many of the challenges, the behavioral challenges that children experienced, and some of the frank, inherited metabolic disorders were still there. We were still trying to focus on health outcomes. I've already mentioned the fact that targeting 4,000 disease genes meant that we identified literally tens, hundreds of thousands of variants of the genome that many of which we didn't well understand. And so by this time, by 2020, newborn screening was now beset by the challenges that had always faced other population screening programs. It had always been there in newborn screening, but by 2020 it was a very big issue. It was the issue of overdiagnosis. This is from Gilbert Welch, as he put it, making people sick in the pursuit of health. So let me explain overdiagnosis. It was a concern, but not that big a concern, but it changed our principles in important ways. So this is an image of two populations. On the top we have a cohort that has screening, and on the bottom we have that same cohort. Imagine that they don't have screening. So of the three people in that cohort, the group that we start out with, we either screen or don't, you can notice, I hope, that two of the three people have lesions in their lungs. One of them, the person in the middle, has a smallish lesion, and the third person to the right there of the three has a bigger lesion. So the question we ask, and the issue of overdiagnosis, is what's going to happen to those lesions if we screen or don't screen? So in the top group, we screen, and both of those lesions get picked up. And both of those people feel, woohoo, I've been saved by screening. My life has been saved. But what we see in the natural history is that only the person with the bigger lesion was going to die of that lesion. The other person with the smaller lesion dies a natural death, pretty much at the same time as the other members of the cohort who didn't have a lesion. And that's apparent to us because we can see this happening in the cohort, in the unscreened cohort. We still have the person with the larger lesion. They eventually manifest. Eventually, this does become frank disease. There are frank symptoms, and they're picked up. And they're picked up later. Screening certainly picked them up earlier. But it is only they who die of their disease and the other person with the smaller lesion. So this is a challenge that in the 2010 and 2000 and before, people were very concerned about in cancer screening. And so we became very aware of this in newborn screening because clearly we were picking up variants in disease genes that would never affect that child's health through their entire life. Clearly we were doing this. What that did for us, though, was help us to understand that we needed to shift our principles. We needed to rethink what we were trying to do in this context. And it became very clear to us, and as people around us, the advocacy that went on and the discussions that went on, that we needed to recognize that what newborn screening was about understanding, knowledge. Some knowledge, it might not be fully predictive, but it was about knowing what was going on, and in some sense, a very cloudy crystal ball, but nonetheless, giving parents information about their children, even if there was profound uncertainty about what that information might yield in terms of health outcomes. So we were no longer focused. It was no longer a principle of newborn screening that there needed to be this early stage into which we could intervene. It was clear that we simply wanted to know. It was no longer necessary that there be a treatment that was accepted and available. It was sufficient that there be a potential for treatment. And in fact, there was a lot of advocacy suggesting that what was important about newborn screening was, in fact, to identify kids so that parents could organize clinical trials. They could organize research. They could get attention paid to these still sometimes rare conditions and enroll their children in trials and try and pursue the development of treatment. So these became very explicit parts of our principles. And so ultimately, this was also about not just treatment, but about supportive care. You would identify conditions that even in 2020, things like Duchenne muscular dystrophy, a lethal X-linked disorders that manifests in boys, that there wasn't anything you could do. But the parents could know early, and they could plan their lives, and they could get the supportive care. So our principles shifted. And this was the kind of argument that still the March of Dimes, Rahim Jalil, who was then the president of the March of Dimes, argued in talking about newborn screening. Parents need to know as he put it, if their child might develop a serious disease in their lifetime. Only with advanced knowledge can parents plan their lives and the lives of their children and contribute to advancements in medical and supportive care. And so this was very much how we viewed screening. We were also aware of what was going on around us. Now, when I give this talk, when I talk to people about newborn screening, there's often an assumption that I'm actually talking about prenatal screening, right? What's going on in utero or before the implantation of an embryo. Well, we were very conscious, of course, as we developed newborn screening programs, that prenatal screening was close behind us. But it still did different things. And just to briefly mention what was going on by 2020 in prenatal screening. We'd always had prenatal screening, of course, back in 2000, back in 2010. It had been very invasive. There had even been things that one could do with the embryo pre-implantation. But what was the big development by 2020 that was now rolling out in healthcare routinely, had only been a sparkle in our eyes in 2010, was the ability to engage in quite wholesale prenatal screening by identifying fetal DNA that was circulating in the maternal blood, so cell-free DNA, which was only experimental in 2010, had by 2020 rolled out into routine clinical practice. So it is absolutely the case that many, though not all, of the conditions that we were trying to identify in the newborn period for children that were born could be screened for in the prenatal period, and of course decisions were made about continuing or terminating pregnancies. But very important differences as a newborn screener between newborn screening and prenatal screening in two very, very substantial ways that would continue to mean that newborn screening didn't become irrelevant over the decades, certainly that I was involved in this up to 2050. That prenatal screening has never had the coverage that newborn screening has. I've mentioned newborn screening has been our best record of births. It still is our best record of births. Prenatal screening's coverage is anywhere from 20% to 80%. It will vary by, in Ontario, different health regions, depending very much on provider practices and attitudes, and on the attitudes and beliefs of the women involved. It never, even at 80% coverage, which is some of its highest coverage, pregnancies are not always monitored. The pregnancies happens too late for women to wish to make termination decisions. So it was always more limited in its capture of the population. In newborn screening, we captured every baby. Prenatal screening could only ever capture a proportion. And moreover, it was always behind us in terms of technology. And as I'll say, when we got to 2030, it started to be behind us in more philosophical ways. It couldn't, at 2010, identify as many disease genes. The technology wasn't quite there for routine clinical practice. But things, of course, continued to change. So by 2030, we had bought the bullet. And we had started to systematically, we and other jurisdictions were, in fact, engaged in whole genome sequencing. We were screening the entire genome of every baby born. And it was no longer newborn screening. That was an antiquated term. By 2030, what we were really doing was newborn profiling. We were trying to get a profile of each baby born to provide a vast array of information to the families and to researchers and to healthcare providers about potential futures. The coverage was partial. Some provinces still by 2030 weren't doing this, but many were, and the not applicable applies to Ontario and other jurisdictions that were doing this because we were no longer screening for conditions. We were no longer trying to identify disease only. We were trying to get a full profile. And in line with that, we were trying to support efforts to improve these profiles. Our destiny isn't written in our genes, as they knew even back then in that time image of 2010 or whenever it was, 2008. There's epigenetic processes, there's the whole complex biology of our cells, so we could get a profile so that families could try and improve the intellectual ability of their children, the emotional ability of their children, identify athletic abilities and improve them where they were there. Think about character. Yes, health was there, but environmental sensitivities, creativity, addiction, there was much that could be suggested, not decisively, but suggested at the newborn period, and families could be supported in trying to make further decisions. These are cute images, but this was what we were looking for. So our principles were changing, of course. Every decade, if we look back, we see that they were changing. We were no longer engaged. As I said, this wasn't newborn screening. This was newborn profiling. We weren't looking for conditions. And it wasn't so much accuracy as acceptability of a test. This was an easy test to administer, and it was acceptable, as it had been proven by decades of doing this. It was acceptable to the population. Importantly, we weren't just looking, therefore, if we weren't just looking for conditions, it wasn't just about accepted or potential supportive care. It was also about opportunities for enhancement. And the other thing that went away in terms of our thinking about screening program was any attention, any kind of sensitivity to cost. We'd never been terribly attentive to cost, but there had always been in our mind some sense of a balanced cost, some sense of cost effectiveness. And that went away then, in part because it was hard to calculate it, but in large part because the whole principle of cost effectiveness, as it used to exist, was about having a common goal, a goal of improved health. And even if we disagree in pluralistic societies about many things, we tend to agree, at least at the core of the nexus of health, about the value of pursuing that end. And so it was possible to create cost-effectiveness assessments that said, this is a cost-effective way to achieve this goal that we seek. But now that we've moved to newborn profiling, that sense of a common end, an end of health, was gone. And it was no longer sensible, really, to even think about how you would adjudicate the extent to which the costs were balanced relative to usual care or overall benefits. It didn't make sense. So our principles were of this, and our principle was that knowledge is power. With early knowledge, as this was William Barse, who was then the president of the March of Dimes, with early knowledge we can make our own future. Parents need to know, as he said, because parents need to act to improve their children's life opportunity. Prenatal screening, then, you can see how different it was. Of course, it was going on. There was more that could be identified. But newborn screening had now taken on the goal of enhancement. So people weren't making decisions in the prenatal context about which pregnancy to continue or terminate. They might be doing that about disease. But you still needed newborn screening to identify a fuller profile and to give you support for further enhancement. Those weren't decisions that would be made about terminating or continuing a pregnancy. We all have disease genes. We all are carriers of multiple rare genetic diseases. We all have variants that predispose us to more common or more rare health risks. It was impossible to select a perfect embryo. No such thing would ever exist. So prenatal screening remained focused on disease identification. Newborn screening was now newborn profiling, and it was much, much more. And it was part of a goal of human enhancement. The next major change was in 2040, when we finally caught up to what had been going on around us in terms of developments of continuous monitoring technologies. So it was now of course, again, as I said, people had been doing this on their own. There was a certain amount of this going on in routine medical care, but by 2040, this became the standard for every baby born. That we were moving, not just with whole genome sequencing and array and related sort of testing technologies, we'd moved to nanoimplants routinely. Very miniaturized devices that could go in vital organ systems that could be constantly monitoring at least minimally, as part of routine newborn care, the physiologic status. That was 100% coverage. We made optional those much more experimental things like continuous monitoring of gene expression, of protein regulation and such, and the types of drug delivery systems that might automatically respond to any imbalances in metabolic function. That was optional, but as you can see, their uptake was very high. These were always really quite high uptake in the newborn context. We were telling families that we might be able to do something useful for their babies and useful for their babies' lives. So our principles were changing again. What was key then in terms of what was now, did I even give you the title of it? It was now called life mapping. This wasn't even newborn profiling. This was about mapping out the lives of the children in our communities. And so we were interested, therefore, in supporting opportunities for continuous monitoring and continuous intervention. And we were no longer able to ensure these facilities for supportive care. And in fact, by 2040, this became our major collective contribution to newborn health. That our healthcare system, I haven't had time to map out the fracturing of the healthcare system that went on as we pursued more diagnostic and screening tests, but it was going on. Within newborn screening, we tried to maintain a system of supportive care for all on the basis of what was identified in the newborn context. But by 2040, when it was so clearly about enhancement and opportunities for continuous monitoring, our solidaristic impulse, what was publicly paid for and publicly supported, was this early knowledge and this early intervention, and families would then do as best they could to actually follow through with this. So Daria Wong was then the president of the March of Dimes, and as she put it, it would be silly and even dangerous for parents to fail to monitor their child's health and daily functioning. Only through continuous monitoring can we foster and enhance our children's abilities. And so that brings us to today, 2050, with Baby 2.0. So let me close by asking the question about our post-human future and the future of newborn screening. I wanted to use this particular scenario study. I'm following the work of some moral philosophers in the Netherlands, Marianne Boenik and others, who've talked about the importance of these scenario studies being very clear that what changes is not just technology or how we use it, but also our morality. What we think is good, what we think is valuable, and what we want to achieve. That it is not just about us, as we see the world, using technology. It is about a continuously evolving moral framework, using and being altered by the technologies that we use. So the questions that I think we need to ask now, at 2011, about this potential post-human future, Baby 2.0, are the following. And depending on how we answer them, we will get to this future or not. So the question that I would ask first is early detection the best prevention? I think we've been sold this line, but what we need to remember always and forever is that it is a marketing slogan that is only occasionally true. But if it's not just about early detection being the best prevention, then is information enough? Because that's the next fallback. If we can't do anything, perhaps what is important is to know. And currently that is a very, very strong impulse, is to know that information itself is sufficient to justify knowledge, not just in an adult, but in a newborn, whose future is before them, whose opportunities are as yet uncharted. If we value the benefits that are quite subtle of information, because this isn't just about manifest harms or manifest psychological harms. This is about the subtle transformation of what it is to be a parent and what it is to have a child. It is about introducing medicine, technology, and science into the fundamental fabric of how we know our children. Those of us who've had children, well, my experience certainly with my first was being astonished that they were letting me leave the hospital with this fragile creature. How could you possibly leave this creature in my care? Particularly amplified in my context because my firstborn was premature. So I'd gone through an intensive 2-week medicalized process. So being let loose was terrifying and shocking to me. But so the harms that I think we speak of in terms of amplifying diagnostic and screening technologies in newborn are very subtle. They're about continuing that medicalization of our experience of parenthood and understanding our children's potentiality, who they are, what they can be, very much and continuously through that lens. And those are, I think, very subtle harms, unlikely to be captured on quality of life instruments, but they are nonetheless. And if we are valuing the subtle benefits of what that knowledge might mean, we need to think about how to value the subtle harms. And I think that part of the conversation hasn't happened. And finally, I want to ask whether choice is a system of governance. I wanted to deliberately show in these scenarios that optionality in the newborn screening system did not actually retard uptake and doesn't. And we have evidence to show that that is the case. It's very clear that you can introduce informed consent processes into newborn screening programs, and you will still get near 100% uptake. And that is not an argument against informed choice. I mean, I see no reason why there wouldn't be. Of course, there should be, because some will refuse. The point is that the choice alone is not any meaningful sort of barrier or selective mechanism or governance system for adjudicating what should and shouldn't be used. right? We don't ask people to choose from the infinite array of cars that could be produced. We don't ask them to regulate the drug products through their purchases only. We give them choices that are validated in some sense, and then people make those choices when it comes to consumer products, and even more in healthcare, and even more, I would argue, in population screening and public health interventions. We need to give people choices that make sense, and then we need to respect the choices that they make. But to go hands off and to say that it is choice alone that will govern the scope of this is, to my mind, a species of madness. And that is where I will close. Thank you very much. No, it's so parched.
Well, thank you very much for this really interesting talk and also innovative system of horizon screening. Great delivery, kept our attention. So with this, we have a few minutes for questions, about 10 minutes.
Thank you so much. Gregor.
Thanks. Nice talk. Gregor Wolbring, University of Calgary. Now, all your scenario is based on the assumption that the production system is not changing. Right? You're all about diagnostics, but when you talk to Andrew's talk, you link the synthetic biology into it, where you produce genomes. So just diagnose and then what happens by 2050? Should we have the artificial womb by then? Right? Would that not? Okay, I get another one. Or I can start the game. Or simply don't hold it properly. I don't know. So assuming that in biocounts, assuming that the artificial womb comes, I mean, would you really still have the screening? I mean, really
Oopsie.
Okay, can you make up your mind how you want this?
So, shall I answer? Are you ready?
Well, I'm trying to finish the sentence. Okay. Right, so where would this, I mean, move this right away from newborn screening to actually then indeed to pre-birth screening? Because if you have an artificial womb and synthesize your genomes, you have totally different ways of diagnostics.
Yeah.
And the second one is you had some key question at the end. And I think the key question missing there is, what do we want? Not just, what is cost effective for prevention, but what do we really want to prevent? Right? Especially once you move into the enhancement, what do we want in the end? What is the human or whatever entity we will have? What kind of characteristics do they have to have?
Mm-hmm. I mean, well, my as a professional who's highly interested in innovative technologies, I find myself constantly at conferences of professional scientists who are talking about all these incredible things we can do. And I stand up and I tend to say, I stand before you as a professional skeptic who works in a world that understands that the social arrangements through which these wild and crazy ideas actually must realize themselves is itself profoundly complex. We published a paper once called The Helix in the Labyrinth, and what we were trying to connote with that metaphor was that there was something incredibly complicated called the helix, but there was something incredibly complicated called the labyrinth, which is our healthcare system, and which is society at large, and the way all of this plays out. So I quite deliberately suggested that certainly over the next 40 years, I think newborn screening is still a real modality of delivery and the tracking out of this. I think these are, I mean, obviously, I will be proved wrong in 1,000 ways, I hope, but I think these are not unrealistic, and I have serious doubts about our ability, and I think Andrew even suggested some doubts about our ability to engineer. There'll be some modification, but I think that it would be tough to improve on the human womb. We will certainly use third world wombs and poor wombs, and we are already doing so, but it's hard to improve on the human uterus.
How do you feel about this baby 2.0 scenario that you've laid out? Would it make you happy to see it come to pass?
No. I think the point of my final questions was to say, please stop. But I have been on advisory committees on newborn and childhood screening, trying to close the barn door desperately after the horses have fled. That's been my sort of agenda over the last 5 or 6 years. So I'm a tremendous enthusiast for newborn screening. I'm a tremendous enthusiast for what it can do. And I think that the balance of harms and benefits weighs out on the side of benefits when it comes to many of these rare and highly treatable conditions that I think we should try and find and put effort into supporting those families. I'm very dubious about much of the expansion that is before us, however. So no, I am not an enthusiast for Baby 2.0.
Further questions?
Thank you. My question is very simple. So now the 2020 babies are having babies, and we're in 2050. Are things getting better? Are we finding out new diseases, maybe that relate to a lot of our innovative technologies? What do you think?
I guess I played this out. It for me is a dystopian vision. It's not a. I think all utopias are dystopias. So obviously there's going to be improvements here, but the path that I was trying to play out is the transformation for something that, good or ill, is focused on health, to what is the post-human vision. I mean, the post-humanism movement, the transhumanism movement, is a movement that calls for enhancement, calls frankly and explicitly for enhancement and human enhancement. So that was, for me, one of the interesting things about preparing for this talk, was reading a bit about something I knew nothing about, which was the post-humanism movement, and coming to understand how incredibly significant. I mean, obviously I knew about these debates, but just how central was the call for enhancement within that movement. So part of what was interesting for me was to play out how newborn screening might change its focus, because I think it is changing its focus without being conscious, that moving from constantly justifying this on the basis of health to ultimately getting used and then justifying itself anew on the basis of something else, which is what makes it post-human, if there's any kind of affinity with that movement, is the call for enhancement. So clearly I think that there are opportunities for, good old 20th century disease intervention and health outcome improvement, but there's also much here that's more frankly about changing our morality, our expectations for what it is to be, and intervening in different ways about what we might be, that is, about the post-human call for something else. And that's what Baby 2.0 represents.
Sort of going back to the question we had on the opposite side of this, at the back, went through particularly 2030, 2040, getting to Baby 2.0. It started sounding a lot like Plato's version of eugenics, where at birth you're decided that you are physically able to be a good fisherman, and therefore that you will become, and throughout your life that's what you get led towards, or you're going to be a politician or whatever, that your life path is mapped out based on your genetics at birth. You said that you didn't like the concept of Baby 2.0. Is that based solely on an ethical perspective, or is that based on something else? And how can we avoid, as we get more information about our genetic maps and our genetic codes, how can we avoid falling into that eugenics?
Right. I mean,
situation?
I think the eugenics term is one of those incredibly nebulous. It's obviously a pejorative, but oftentimes the anxiety is about a directive other, the state that directs people to behave in certain ways or says this is what you can be. And the future that I'm mapping is one that's obviously leaving this governance to individual parents. These are very, very subtle ways in which we will, as parents, seek to do, as we always will as parents, I think, seek to do best for our children. But then in the face of massive new amounts of information of variable value and quality about what might or might not be. So this isn't just about saying you're going to be a plumber. This is about sort of tremendous amounts of scientifically inspired and medically inspired intervention to massage and manipulate and dietary change, and to try and sort of play that game, because obviously nothing is set in our genes. So I don't know if that sort of answers the question. I think this is a much more realistic vision of it, because it is about we as individual consumers playing with tremendous medical and scientific uncertainty. And changing our understanding of a healthcare intervention to be fundamentally experimental play. evidence-based medicine disappears in this scenario because we don't have large cohorts of people subjected to similar treatments. We just have a constant play of information with continuous monitoring to sort of to play with it. So I don't know if I'm really answering your question. So partially that was a sort of reaction to the Platonic, any kind of vision of this as top-down eugenics. I don't think I was trying to play that out. So does that answer your question?
It was a yes.
Okay.
Hi, my name is Anne. I was curious, you just mentioned how much you've worked on, just in terms of your own learning that you've had from patient. As a professional yourself, curious what, if anything, you might now do different to not view part of getting to baby 2.
Gosh. That's a great... I mean, I am involved in some public engagement work on this. And it's challenging to have these conversations because there is a lot of enthusiasm. I showed an image, the overdiagnosis, Gilbert Welch. That work is all around cancer screening, and they've done work, and there is a lot of work on the absolutely excessive enthusiasm that exists for medical technologies and what it might do for us, and things like preventive interventions like screening. So it is very hard to talk to people about and differentiate between their hopes that might be unrealistic and their values that we need to respect. So I don't know if I'll do things differently. I'd like to continue to engage more with members of the public because I think that's essential in this conversation. But there's a lot that makes it difficult to have good conversations and to learn both ways. I mean, obviously, I have a lot of learning to do from the engagement that we do. I don't know what I will change. That's a very good question.
Well, I might suggest that you, and my name is John, by the way, that you acknowledged, I think, in the set of assumptions, and again, I'm not ascribing any particular position to you, the profound vulnerability of parents at this moment that the medical community says, well, wouldn't you want to know? And they say, well, why would I want to know? I say, well, it might be good. And that message is not subtle, is in fact profoundly coercive, it seems to me. And, you used the example of a PKU in the beginning, and that's an experience that I've had in my family. The PKU intervention is 100%. You detect the phenylalanine metabolic problem, you compensate for it, you have 100%. There's almost nothing in subsequent newborn screening or prenatal screening that has even close to that level of probability of efficacy. Nevertheless, parents are sort of drawn into, hey, well, you might, you might want to get involved in this sort of thing, and are made to feel, I think, implicitly that if they don't, they're somehow negligent to their children. And I think that sort of coercive assumption has the effect of governance, and it's sort of built into the whole idea. And so my question is, isn't there a sense in that we talk about this screening associated with newborns and fetuses, part of our delusion that because the baby is so powerless and the parents are so all-powerful, we have this sense that this is a place where we can intervene, when in fact the physiological determinants of a newborn is no greater than our ability to intervene even with an adult, where we don't really ask these questions.
Mm-hmm. I love the way you characterize that as the vulnerability of the parents, because I think that is exactly, I personally agree with you that I think this is an incredibly vulnerable time and very hard, therefore, to forego what might be useful, which is why I still think the 1968 WHO principles of screening are sound and sensible. And in some, newborn screening varies enormously around the world. The UK is still screening for 5 conditions. In parts of the States, they're 70 and up. And in the States, in most states, it's actually legally mandatory, which is part of how the U.S. moves its incredibly ineffective healthcare system to respond. Is if you make it mandatory, then private insurers have to pay. So you sort of hammer parents in order to get the system to be responsive. So this conversation, this is a live debate, but the point you make is actually not much articulated. And what we do see a lot of is a typical North American, well, just bioethics-wide retreat to autonomy as the only solution, which is in the face of increasing newborn screening with increasingly uncertain disease is detected and increasing uncertainty about the interventions that we can then offer, that the way to govern this is to give parents choice. And I think, of course, parents should have a choice. I mean, that to me goes without saying, although it's not actually true in many places. It just isn't a system of governance because they are vulnerable.
Thank you very much. With this, we will close the morning session. Thank you very much. So we had 3 truly terrific keynote addresses this morning. We'll have a lunch break for just under an hour, and then in the afternoon we have a little bit of different format. We'll have 2 panel discussions. It'll be a bit more interactive. The lunch will be in the next room over. It's offered by the Vice President Researcher's Office, and I would like to see you back at 1 o'clock Swiss timing, please. We need to crank up? Okay. Welcome back to the afternoon session. So like I said this morning, this afternoon, we have a more interactive format. We have 2 panels. They're both moderated, and so I just want to introduce you very briefly to my colleague, Professor Ian Kerr, who is sitting here in the middle. Ian is a professor at Common Law and is also a full professional philosopher. He's cross-appointed, so professional philosopher, professional lawyer, and well-placed to look into policy issues, which he has been doing for quite some time. So with this, I give you the word, Ian.
Thank you very much, Mark, and it's a real honor to be involved in the conference, but it's a particular honor to be involved in this panel. For me, as someone who has read the work of both of the panelists for a number of years and has been very interested and influenced by their thinking in a number of ways. And so I would like to just start off by introducing the 2 panelists, and then we're going to go into what will be a bit of a discussion in the sort of Oprah-esque fashion. We don't have couches, but it's going to be more of a discussion scenario. For the first little while, I've got a lot of things on my mind that I would like to ask our panelists, but then after that, we want to save a lot of time to have some audience interaction as well. And so let me start by introducing John Hockenberry. John is, it's very hard to describe, even after reading your bio, John, which way to describe you. I think most people would say you're a journalist. But I think of John as a
male. Works.
There are many, some of which I would use in this context, and others not. But I tend to think of you as a public intellectual, and as somebody who has spent a lot of time trying to drive a number of debates, and who's really sort of led by inquiry. And it just takes a moment to read some of John's writing to see how beautiful and poetic it really is. At the same time as really driving at the deep science question. So we're really honored and grateful to have you here. And also Gregor Wolbring, who is an adult male, but also, according to John Hockenberry, but also a biochemist by training. And somebody who just, I guess a full career in biochemistry wasn't sufficient. So on the side, developed full expertise and is probably one of the world leading figures on the question of ableism, and it really integrating a number of questions about new and emerging technologies in and of themselves, but also in particular a driving obligation to consider how those affect various groups in society, and so really thinking about technology through a broader lens. And so very interesting to see the biochemists sort of pull out of the lab and start thinking about things in ways other than and in addition to the way that a scientist thinks about things in the lab. So our topic for today is really to think about the post-human future in the context of the human body, and also in the context of some of the devices which could have significant effects on the way we view the human body, namely the emerging field around prosthetics. And so in starting to think about how we would get this panel going, I was hearkened back to my youth. I'm thinking now, I'm setting the stage here. It's 1974. I am sitting in a shag rug in the den of my parents' house. The TV is on, but I still have to get up to change the channel because this notion of a remote control was not yet fully developed. There were these kind of boxes, if you'll remember, where you could push the buttons on the channel, but they had wires and it ran all across the living room floor to get to the TV for people who wanted to anticipate the couch potato era. But there I was. The channel was on ABC. I was ready for what was about to happen, and I remember the timpani drums starting as the trailer to a new show would start. I knew because there was only 12 channels that every one of my friends was tuned into the same channel, watching the same thing as me that night. And it went something like this. Steve Austin, astronaut, a man, barely alive. Gentlemen, we can rebuild him. We have the technology. We have the capability of building the world's first bionic man. Steve Austin will be that man. He will be better than he was before, better, stronger, faster.
Is this the panel about the damaged television?
It's about to be. Actually, I want to give you the full force of that. If you can roll the first clip for me. We want to bring it back home. We have to set the tone.
Looks good at Hessel. Roger. ACS arm switch is on. Okay, Victor. Landing rocket arm switch is on. Here comes the throttle. Circuit breakers in. We have separation. Inboard and outboard, they're on. We're coming forward with the side stick. Looks good. Roger. I've got a blowout. Number 3. Get your pitch to 0. Pitch is out. I can't hold altitude. Direction out. On trip selected emergency. Flight com, I can't hold it. She's breaking up. She's breaking.
Steve Austin, astronaut, a man barely alive. Gentlemen, we can rebuild him. We have the technology. We have the capability to make the world's first bionic man. Steve Austin will be that man. Better than he was before. Better, stronger, faster.
So just before he rolled onto the stage, John said to me, "You're not going to play that cheesy $6 Million Man clip, are you?"
So $6 million, that's Donald Trump's catering budget.
That's right. So John, you know, that was 1973. Here we are today. Bionics, prosthetics, science fact or science fiction, or is it now science fact?
Well, I think, you know, the question of bionics in this kind of post-industrial technological domain, which is what Hollywood comes up with Steve Austin, is really a statement, a restatement of a very, very old collaborative relationship that humans have had with technology. And you know, the impulse to pick up a crutch, the impulse to use a wheelchair, for instance. I mean, in the disability world, just to give you an idea of how our philosophy and our point of view and our sort of sense of humanity is completely convoluted by this collision of the medical model versus the sort of model of what constitutes normal or some baseline sort of human experience. My wheelchair and any number of devices that I use at home, because I've been a paraplegic for the last 35 years, it's assistive technology. And there are whole fields of assistive technology that deal with various aspects of disability. Isn't it wild that my technology is assistive? What's yours? So your technology is not assistive. My technology is assistive technology in some ways. Too bad for you that all of your technology isn't necessarily viewed as assistive, when in fact it is, of course, all assistive. And the idea of we can make him better, and it will cost us $6 million less than $6 million, I think is a very, very long journey that we've been on. And the aspect of these kind of Hollywood electronic oscilloscopes, remember when oscilloscopes were futuristic? Man, that was a while ago. Is a bit of a cosmetic spin on the story, but it doesn't fundamentally change the impulse of humans to use tools in an interactive environment to create some level of enhancement or dominance over other humans, or some sort of life extension, or in relatively rarer cases, if you take the absolute numerical incidence of all human-machine interactions, those that are medically assistive, that constitute therapies or some sort of restorative function. They really are relatively rare, yet we think of the bionic man as coming from some test. I mean, in some sense, I got $6 million. I could either take a man that's already together and make him better, or I could take this heap of protoplasm we dragged out of a plane on the runway back, at the airport, and we could rebuild him. Which would you rather do? Well, you would rather start with the fully functioning, symmetric, quadra-limbed human rather than just do Steve Austin. Why does it have to be, we can rebuild him? Why does that have to be the prescription? And so my interest in all of this is very much at this level of the linguistic ambiguities that seem to be built in to the whole way we approach all of these kinds of subjects. Yeah. So yes, it is fact, but Steve Austin was fiction from the beginning.
Sure. And I want to delve into some of those linguistic ambiguities as we progress through the panel. I want to bring Gregor in and first also give him an opportunity to comment on what was underlying the question, which is, have we come a long way since those clearly fictitious moments with a Steve Austin character in the development of, in particular, prosthetics and bionic body parts? Is there anything you want to say on that?
Well, sure. I mean, we all the time advance, right? I mean, my legs, which I got when I was 18, the last version, I'm doing a very good John Wayne. But that's where it stops. I don't outrun an Olympic athlete, right? So, and of course, with nanoscale and carbon nanofibers, the cheetah legs, I mean, they evolve. But that's really only just, okay, certain parameters change, but the principle around the legs hasn't changed. Why we wear them, what we expect. My technology all the time moves. I mean, planes have evolved. Right? I mean, the planes from the 20s are not quite the same, or from the Wright brothers, than what we have nowadays. Right? So sure, it moves, but it's not really a philosophical change.
Okay, well, I want to sort of pick up on that because you and I have had opportunities previously to talk about your legs, what you called your John Wayne legs, which you used to wear back in the days of when you were working in the lab. Is that right, in Germany?
Oh, sure, because the wheelchair was prohibited in the lab.
So there were actually regulations which required you to wear those legs where you maybe otherwise would have thought that wasn't the best arrangement in the lab for you.
Well, I mean, you can think about what is safer, having me in one hand an HCl bottle, in the other hand NaOH, and walk free-handed, or have this on my wheelchair. Well, the rule says it's safer to have me freewheeling with two hands and nothing, right? So if I fall, I just hold it in the air, and then we see where the lab's still standing, right? I mean, but that was the rules, right?
So far we've been talking about what sort of stems from a particular kind of vision of how some of these technologies can and perhaps that vision would say ought to be utilized. I want to sort of flip the scenario. I remember when I watched Steve Austin for the first time, and there was one episode, I think it was in that first season, where he fought the Sasquatch and all of these kinds of things. I remember at the time actually thinking the only thing that was probably realistic about that show was that they would discover the Sasquatch. In other words, I didn't think we'd really get that far with prosthetic legs and whatnot. So let's take a science fiction one step further, and Gregor, I'll ask you first. Let's say a year from now, a corporation sort of says, the world wasn't really clear on exactly how far along we are in this technology. We do have the technology. We've got those Steve Austin legs. Do you want them?
No.
Can you tell people why?
Well, A, they wouldn't be made for me because they would be made for amputees, which means I would have to get rid of my feet, right, which I wouldn't want to do to start with. But secondly, I mean, I choose for my life wheelchair and crawling as a combination. So I don't see anything, right, which would add to it. I mean, for me, I would have to change how I see the world, and I just don't have a desire. And I mean, very likely you can explain that as I'm born like that, I don't have a different frame of reference where I've lost something, where you might want to edge against something. Right? So it only becomes, I mean, if I really want a tool, and that I said it's the same as the NBIC workshop in 2001, teleportation device. Right? Why legs? I mean, it might as well beam me up, Scotty, and then I can go wherever I want. I mean, that's so much more, efficient than having legs like that.
Okay. John, do you have a point of view on that question for yourself?
Well, I think the more interesting question is not, I mean, the question presupposes that what I do all day is yearn for legs, when in fact the experience of disability is much more complicated and nuanced, and we can talk about sexuality for hours in a very entertaining way, and we could describe other such yearnings. What I'm saying is that there are many different kinds of experiences that grow out of physiological assets or deficits. And depending on what time of day it is, you can yearn for them one way or another. If somebody came along with some legs, I might say, well, let's see them work. In my case, since it's paraplegia, you're talking about a much more complex neurological function of reconnecting the spinal cord, and if you're going to use the pre-existing infrastructure of my musculature and skeletal system, it's probably seriously damaged. So you're looking at a long-term chronic rehabilitative profile to even be able to use a newly reconnected spinal cord. But the more interesting questions are not for old fogies like Gregor and myself. The more interesting questions are for either slightly earlier interventions. And I think the question has to be asked, is this therapy offered as a part of a broad societal imperative that people such as myself and Gregor should be restored to an idealized, symmetric human shape, and that's the value that we are basically imparting into the therapy? Or are we simply viewing function in the broadest possible sense, in which case a teleportation device is evaluated against a new set of legs, and the fact that legs make Gregor or John eye level with the rest of humanity has no, is no sort of more virtuous attribute. And I think we've had trouble separating those things, particularly in, I think, the prosthetics world, because for most of the experience of prosthetics for amputees and for motor birth defects that involved, serious sort of limb deficits, the impulse, because it was the only technological option, was almost always to restore a kind of cosmetic, a visual symmetry, a sort of visual cosmetic restoration, which had nothing to do with the function. Because, of course, the human mind and the human sort of machine-tool collaborative energy is all about throwing away. All right, if you don't have the arm, all right, is a hook going to work? If you can't get your arm underneath the chair to pick up the coins, you grab a stick or something, and then you pull the coin towards you. So the body and the mind are very willing to dispense with the pre-existing sort of physiological norms to achieve whatever functional end that it wants. And so you have arm amputees, particularly because the technology of restorative arm is several orders of magnitude beyond that of legs. So the more interesting questions are on the arms. You have landfills of arm prosthetics that were used 2 or 3 times, maybe at some daughter's communion or something like that, and then thrown away in a closet. And my grandfather, who was a single arm amputee, is one of them. And it was only when the function reached a level that the wearing of it constantly was not so onerous that he even agreed to wear something for even a part-time period. So I think in my particular case, if there was a pill to change me from a paraplegic to something who is not a paraplegic, in other words, it would essentially erase the last 30 years of my life, no. That would be the most frightening conceivable thing. But in a sense, to ask someone like me that question, it's the equivalent to saying, have you regretted the last 35 years of your life? Here is a pill that restores you to some sort of walking, no rehab, it's boom, you're done. It would be a very, very complicated question.
Sure, and as I know that you're aware, in the context of asking these questions, I think sometimes what's important is that there's a lot of societal assumptions that underpin people asking questions like that. And you were getting at that when you were sort of saying the question itself about whether you'd want Steve Austin's or anybody else's legs is in part a question about whether we have an idealized vision of what restoration would mean in a kind of way. And so
and avoiding the question of whether there are fundamental advantages to being like Gregor or myself.
Absolutely.
He has huge advantages in transferring because his center of mass is much more centralized, and his musculature can control his body to a degree that I can't. But I've got serious advantages in the way that I can use a wheelchair in the sense that I can retain my balance much, because I have 4 points of balance, much more easily than you can on 2 legs. It's always funny to me that when I roll into one of these areas where they have a wet floor and the little yellow things up, it's always the people that come over to me and say, careful. I said, I've got 4 points of it. This is elementary physics here. This is 6th grade stuff.
Right. And some of the things we've been talking about, as you say, are often obfuscated by the questions, for example, around these prosthetics in the context of sport. I think more recently with Oscar Pistorius, the questions that I think we might otherwise focus on get brought up by those questions. But I think it's interesting and useful to have a bit of a discussion, and I know this is a topic that both of you have talked about before, both of you have written about, I think, before, for sure. I know Gregor has written on it, but I've heard you speak about it before, John. And so I thought we should unpack this a bit. I don't want to make assumptions that in the room everybody knows who Oscar Pistorius is. So for those who don't, Oscar Pistorius is a South African sprinter. And he's had a lot of media lately because he's sought to become an Olympian. He is already a world-famous Paralympic athlete who wants to run in the Olympics. And I have a clip, if our technician doesn't mind, just showing the clip, just to show people in the room who haven't seen him before. But I'm going to ask both of you guys, if you're interested, to unpack what's going on in this very short 11-second clip. Clip number 2. We lost it. Oh, it's on the front screen. There it is. We've definitely lost it now.
Well, you know you have 4.
Okay, somehow that clip didn't have sound. If it had the sound, there would have been an overlay of Oscar Pistorius speaking, and he would say as he's running on those, in that Nike ad, he would say, "This is my weapon, this is how I fight." So, I mean...
And he's wearing 2 prosthetic below the knee.
That's right. He's wearing the Cheetah carbon fiber prosthetics, which have been under such scrutiny as to whether or not they give him an unfair advantage in running. So I know my students have sort of in the past, when they've come across that clip and when we've talked about it in classes, kind of find there's something suspect going on that Nike would choose Oscar Pistorius as their shoe salesman. But I wonder if you would unpack what you think is going on in that kind of advertising.
Well, I don't think, I think there's sort of less than meets the eye there on some level. The question ultimately is, do you think Oscar Pistorius has an unfair advantage because of something mechanical about his legs? And my question is, it is all about the Olympic movement's yearning to create some human baseline, which we wouldn't apply to Lance Armstrong and his bike, for instance, but somehow we apply it to Pistorius and his legs in some sense. The idea that we live on a planet where it's never a possibility for amputees to race with able-bodied. If that were the case, I'd say Oscar Pistorius, he's like from Mars. He's not allowed to be here. But he's a resident of the Earth, and he's having an experience that millions of people have, and he's found an athletic solution to experience something called running at the Olympic level. Of course he should be allowed to compete And I'm a radical on this subject. I also believe that performance-enhancing drugs should be completely permitted and that there should be total transparency as far as what's in the blood of every single athlete. So I'll just disclose that on the top. As far as Nike's impulse to use Pistorius to sell shoes, even though he has no feet, you know, I mean, that's Nike will do anything. I mean, that's clear. You know, I mean, they'll use Tiger Woods. You know, kind of a mistake there. And then finally, I think since 9/11, there's been a fundamental shift in the question of how we view particularly leg amputees. The soldiers coming back from the battlefield in Afghanistan and Iraq with horrible blast injuries, most of which involve traumatic brain injury, which is something we're not really going to discuss here. But the fashionable, sort of sexy disability coming out of Iraq and Afghanistan is the single or double amputee, leg amputee, the pathology of which is, or the therapies for which are some very advanced metal, some intelligent that are being developed at MIT with some colleagues of mine, but all of them deliberately robotic in the way that they look. And the soldiers who are already embedded in technology in the weapons that they use to cause other people to be blown apart, have an intuitive sense of, I wear shorts with my artificial leg and show it off. And indeed, that shift away from the expectation of cosmetic restorative symmetry for an amputee to a look at me, I'm half man, half human, which is actually a cultural transference of the Steve Austin sort of theme forward, has permitted, I think, Nike to do something that it might not have done some years ago. So there's a whole lot going on there. But in general, I would say, you know, Pistorius, who's already on the South African team, he's actually made the South African team a week and a half ago. And it's up to the Olympic Committee to decide whether he can actually, but the question is posed, that's for sure.
That's right. I do have a clip, just because you finished talking about it, of the Rio knee, which we can show. It's only a 30-second clip just because you've talked about it and people might want to have a look at it. I think we can continue our discussion while that's going on as long as the sound is down. If you don't mind, we'll just play the clip for those who want to take a peek at it. But I want to bring the discussion over to Gregor, who I know from your work would agree with at least some of the points that John has said, but also probably has a few other things to say. In particular, if you don't mind, Gregor, it would be really useful if you could talk about what's going on with Oscar Pistorius through the lens of some concepts that I think you've developed, which is this notion of the transhumanization of sport. Let me just say one little preparatory remark for the audience. Some of whom will be deeply immersed in this kind of language and some of whom won't. This conference, of course, is about our post-human future. There is a particular school of thought called transhumanism, and I believe an audience member identified himself as blogging for one transhumanist blog. I think it's fair to say, for those who don't know anything about the transhumanist movement, that transhumanism has an extreme optimism about the use of technology and its ability to not only further the human condition, but at some point transcend it. But at the very least, in the meantime, when we're not talking about post-humans, but when we're talking about these transitory moments, the transhuman moments, that they seem to think that there's a fair bit of good that technology can do, for example, for disability communities. So, Gregor, can you tell us a little bit more about your concept of the transhumanization of sport?
Well, okay, we will get there. But first, I mean, I want to unpack a little bit more the Pistorius story, because I think the media got it wrong, period, what they actually were focusing on. Right? For me, it's, I mean, totally besides the point whether you really can prove or not whether the legs have an unfair advantage. I mean, to use an N=1 biochem, right, I mean, N=1, I mean, lab result, and then say this is the golden standard, that was wrong to start with, and that's why, I mean, he won in the courts of arbitration. But I think the discourse whether he should be in or not is actually not the interesting one. The interesting one is why he wants to be in there and not, I mean, in essence, just in the Paralympics. Why, I mean, right, why do we have, if this so much of the Paralympian that you want to be part of the Olympics, why is this, I mean, right, where does that come from?
Are you asking me?
No, I just say, I mean.
Do you think the communities are merging, though?
Well, we will see where it goes, right? I mean, But that is one issue which the media really haven't picked up on. They haven't picked up on that the Paralympics in their own statutes actually demand that you have to show that you can't cut it against Olympic athletes. You have to show actually that you're inferior, and then you can be part of the Paralympics. They haven't picked up on that language, which really the IPC has to change. I mean, because, I mean, how can you feel good about yourself if you first have to show, right, that you're inferior?
And then you've got the Special Olympics, which is a whole other sort of
Yeah.
cultural thing, which can be, that's
Right.
way too nuanced for the media, that's for sure.
But the other thing also is that they never picked up on that, I mean, his leg is a tool. Right? It's a tool the same as I see the wheelchair as a tool, my legs are a tool, your shoes are a tool, the plane is a tool, and the same as like a bobsled is a tool, skis are a tool. I mean, every winter sport discipline is based on a tool. Right? So, but, right, or pole vaulting is a tool. You, of course, don't have a pole vaulting person compete against a high jumper, right? But they have their own event. So why, I mean, you could easily make bionics because his legs are standardizable, you can play around with, have your own event. Wheelchair guys, wheelchairs could be in the Olympics again as their own event. Interesting enough is the Paralympic guys tried to get this into the Olympics as a real event, not just as a demonstration event. And they were told, no, we don't want you. Right? We are us and you are there. Right? Dick Pound is very famous with his quotes around that he says, we are not about equity, we're not about, right, we just decide who is in and who's out, and we will never allow wheelchair events to being part as a real event in the Olympics. So it really questions this whole discourse. The media could have done a much better job to really question certain assumptions around Paralympics, Olympics.
I think this is very much an ideology that's coming from the Olympic movement that is a kind of a distortion of this Greek idealization of what the human form is all about. But the very same reason that the Olympic movement doesn't want wheelchair athletics appreciated in their pure athletic form without as this, oh, it's too bad you're in a wheelchair. Let's try to imagine if you could be a pole vaulter, you know, which no one wants to do, at least of all the people in wheelchairs. The X sports, all of the extreme sports that involve use of tools like skateboards, and you know, these are all things that the Olympic movement has also had a problem with. So I think the media has a difficult time with the nuances of the disability experience for a whole variety of stupidities that are associated with the media. But I think on the Pistorius case, it is the fact that the Olympic movement, for good or ill, will decide on Pistorius on the basis of this fallacious, unfair advantage issue. And that's coming from them, so therefore the headline kind of begins there. And my favorite story on Pistorius is when the Olympics movement ruled originally that he couldn't participate before this latest round where he won in the courts. The Onion, are you familiar with The Onion, the humor magazine? The Onion had the next week, as it's, I'll butcher the headline, but it was something like Olympic athletes in Brazil angered about Pistorius' decision as they got their legs cut off in anticipation of using the advantageous leg, which is, first of all, the fact that that would even be funny is an indication of how much of the culture is being stirred here. Number two, that joke is all about precisely what Gregor said, and that is you can never, there's no measurement of unfair advantage or not. The only way you could measure that is if you went to an Olympic team and said, you know, we want to just cut off your legs and put on this amputee leg, and then we'll run you and test your times, and, you know, if it turns out that you improved your times, well, then it is an unfair advantage, and you can either decide to keep your legs, or we can't do much about putting your old legs back on, but we'll keep them in the freezer for you, and, you know, that's never going to happen. But in fact, that data is just unavailable to us. That's how significant this sort of cultural upheaval is and disruptive it is.
Well, it's also, I mean, there are obviously a lot of people with cheetah legs also, and they're not all actually getting to the, I mean, to the speed he has. So it's not like you're given only because you have the leg, you run on the same level, right? So,
it's him. Of
yeah,
course it's him.
right. But there are also other issues. Of course, the moment of visibility, that he gets much more visibility, and with this one than the other Paralympic athletes. And that's, I see future-wise, definitely as an issue. You get a too-tired Paralympic system. The ones who have cool assistive devices who make it in certain ways, and the others where you can't. right?
Yeah.
That will be one issue where we're also getting, I mean, when the technologies are coming, which, I mean, because not every body part can be replaced in the same time cycle. So we will, I think we'll get there. And we already hear this, I mean, we see this when you look at newspaper like Wired Magazine, who talk about cheetah legs. They often juxtapose, right, the cheetah legs against language narrative of wheelchair bound.
Yeah, no,
right?
they're
right. So we are pitching already these people now against each other. That's why I went out of the wheelchair, to just show that wheelchair bound is a kind of misnomer, right? Because you were like, you're much more confined to your legs than I ever will be to my wheelchair, right?
Well, in fact, it's actually the opposite for me. I'm actually unbound in the wheelchair. You take me out of the chair, I'm you know, Gregor's out the door before I even get to the wall over there. So
well, we can train you.
We could, yeah, we can train you, exactly.
But the thing is still, I mean, that narrative, who decides on the narratives, right? That why is the cheetah legs now sold as a liberation tool, right? And in juxtaposed against, I mean, in essence, whoever still has to sit in the wheelchair. That can't be good for the athletes who are doing the wheelchair sport versus the ones who are...
I think that's a transitory state. I think that in some sense there's apples and oranges. I think the amputee condition is fundamentally different from the wheelchair condition, and I think the wheelchair technology has also developed. There are very advanced wheelchairs that are used now in a variety of contexts. If you're a paraplegic born in this era, you have 3 to 5 chairs, one of which may be for tennis, one of which may be for dancing, one of which... The more interesting questions for me are not on the extremes at the Olympic level or at the movie star level, if you know who Amy Mullins is, who's also a double amputee from birth, who uses leg enhancement and prosthetic enhancement as a fashion statement, as well as being an athlete. The more interesting questions are this fundamental disparity of distribution of available technologies, which could allow people who don't want to be Olympians to answer the question of, how do I improve my form and function? How do I enhance my physical situation? And the availability of wheelchairs, the availability of multiple wheelchairs, the availability of multiple prosthetic technologies, there's nothing in the healthcare system that is providing equity there, and that's a very serious question.
And I want to move to that, and this is a good moment to shift the discussion. We've been talking a little bit about some of these devices and whether they are seen as enhancements in the context of sport. And I want to sort of shift that discussion over a little bit and view it, the question of enhancement from more as an evolving norm in health and in disability discourse. So I'll start over here with you, John. John, it's been a few years now since you wrote the following zinger as your opening line in the Wired article that was called "The New Brainiacs." But it went like this for the audience: when you think disability, think zeitgeist. I'm serious. We live at a time when the disabled are on the leading edge of broader societal trend towards the use of assistive technologies. Humanity's specs are back on the drawing board, thanks to unlikely designer, and the disabled have a serious advantage in the conversation. They've been using technology in collaborative, intimate ways for years to move, communicate, to interact with the world. In those words, and I think in the rest of the article, it seems to me that you express a fair bit of optimism for what the radical shifts in science and technology and the development of assistive devices, if we use that label, which I think comes up in the article, can do for disability communities, for example. Is that right, and do you still share that view?
I think, I think Gregor has perhaps an even more profound story about how you emerge from the tension of how technology is presented to you and how the medical model presents to you what your options are in the world, and then how you find your own way. I think what I discovered, to my great shock, is after dealing with various obstacles to acquiring technology that did what I wanted it to do, which I think is precisely the trajectory of people's relationship with their cell phones in the last 20 years. But for me, it was wheelchairs in the 1970s and 80s. It's exactly the same narrative, and it was flabbergasting for me to discover as the 90s emerged as a rapidly disruptive, technologically driven decade, leading to two more, subsequently more disruptive decades of human-technological relationships. That I, as a disabled man in a wheelchair, was way ahead of the curve, was philosophically so far beyond the mainstream understanding of why this device is frustrating, what I can do about changing that device, what I can demand that designers deliver to me, goddammit. Don't just dump this device on me. All of those sentiments were working through in the early part of the aught decade and the latter part of the 90s, and these were old battles for me. These were really, really old battles. I had already made the jump from, all right, this technology is here to help me. No, I'm here to help the technology. I am here to make the technology work for me. I am the master of this collaboration. I am the designer of this collaboration. And if the technology isn't flexible enough to meet my needs, then it goes in the landfill. Something that Steve Jobs discovered in the 1990s when he left Apple and then came back and had to create flexible devices that created a kind of an emotional narrative between the user and the individual. So I absolutely believe that. I absolutely believe that people with disabilities are leaders in this philosophical shift. They're out on the edge of the discourse that's going to be required for people to demand usability and to create an assistive technology that is free of this anxiety of, ooh, it's an enhancement, I'm cheating, or thank you, it's helping me. Gosh, I feel better now. You know, there's no impulse to thank. There's no impulse to be guilty about enhancement. This is what humans do. It's called adaptation.
Gregor, John alluded to the story that you would tell around responding to that kind of claim. So in particular, I'm wondering what you think of the discourse which seeks to see so much optimism in what technology will deliver for disabled communities.
Well, I have mostly a global view on that. And reality is, I mean, for some people, like in certain, right, I mean, illustrious states, I mean, this might work. And also, I'm not quite in control about what I get delivered with my wheelchair, because you can't buy that anymore, right? Despite it's actually better version than the sport wheelchair, but you, right, I mean, you can't get this in Canada anymore, for example. But really the question is, I mean, how much get people use to push certain boundaries, but then when it becomes mass market, whether they're still left in the dust because they will never have access to it. Because you still have to pay for it, I mean, right? I mean, so when you look at the global scale where most people don't even have access to water and sanitation, right? I mean, I think one has to think about that, where the resources really go and beyond, I mean, right here, and definitely from a disability studies perspective, it's a little bit problematic to push that. I know the transhumanists see disabled people as a stepping stone for acceptance even of enhancements, because we use this stuff, and we use exoskeletons, right? And the exoskeleton, for example, will then be used by soldiers, will then be used by other people. It will not be the legs and you amputate yourself. But it will be the hearing aids, right? When they outperform, others will use them. It will be the exoskeleton. So
Night vision. Exactly,
all of that. But the question is really then about distribution. Who has really access to it in the end? And it will be only a few of us.
Well, I think that's partly true, but I think if you go to Nigeria, if you go to Tanzania, where there are, and Botswana, where there are robust, sort of long-tail-driven kinds of technological collaborations, where people find appropriate and locavore technologies to solve specific problems, I think the long-tail marketing model begins to address this disparity to a certain extent. I don't think the mass market model addresses it at all, and in fact enhances the disparity, but I do think that it is possible to get that chair engineered spec for spec with the right sort of investigation of you know, who's willing to do the work. And I think there are places around the world where those kinds of collaborations are developing, and they're not coming from General Electric or from corporations that definitely want mass marketed devices.
Gregor, you've argued that that in some cases technology creates new categories for disability, one that you refer to as the techno-poor disabled. Will you sort of tell people a little bit about that?
Well, I mean, it's again, I mean, because certain things you have access to and certain not, and right? And so even for you, right, when we get new technologies, there will be new expectations of ability expectation, what you're supposed to do. And then the ones who don't have the economic means, right, that's why I coined a couple of years ago the term techno-poor impaired. Right, you're becoming impaired because you don't have access to the technology. Right? That's totally independent of us here. This is like when you can't access certain things, or when you decide to not use certain things, like the refuseniks. Right? The movement, which, for example, says we don't want to use computers or we don't want to use internet. Right? You in essence become, on the one hand, I mean, if you don't want to use, become techno-poor impaired because the system is moving on to expect you to use certain things. Right? It's not an option. Right? If a student can't use certain software, they don't get certain jobs, and so on. So we're moving there, and so on a global scale, again, a lot of people will not have access even to any of that. So that's why you're ending up with the techno-poor, right, impaired. So you can't live your life as you right in full potential because you don't have the access, or you make a decision to be techno-poor by not using it, but you will be impaired based on that you don't use the technology. Because none of them, the ones we're developing, we really have a plan to make them really fully available, right? So that's where we'll go. We will have new areas of inequity in essence.
Although the huge disparity between the proliferation of landlines in telecom was addressed numerous times during the 60s and 70s with various plans to use international development money to electrify and create telecom networks in developing countries. And all of those plans were completely superseded by cell technology, which was disruptive and had an uptake trajectory all its own, that it did not require the top-down international development structure. So I'm not saying that there's a handheld wireless device that's going to address the techno-poor issue for the disabled, but I do think that it's not simply a planned economy solution or a top-down solution to addressing this disparity, but it is a profoundly socially disruptive. I mean, these cleavages can reach points where they are profoundly socially destructive and cause all kinds of conflicts, and we're approaching a tipping point on climate change. We're approaching one on access to water. We're approaching one on food security. And there's probably one out there on the technological divisions as well.
Sure. I feel like I've been monopolizing the time with you two for quite a bit and wanted to turn things over to see if people in the audience had particular questions. I see there's no microphone in the middle there, so this will be less like Oprah and more like Phil Donahue or something like that. Do you want to do it? You go ahead.
Well, now you're really dating yourself.
There we go. I don't know any of these
questions.
Thank you very much. It's very interesting. I wanted to talk a little bit about the point you made about the standards for Olympism, and that is that when you look at the performance-enhancing drugs that are used in the Olympics, one example is the use of erythropoietin, which I study. And if you can prove that you actually have a genetic polymorphism for higher EPO excretion, for example, you're allowed into the Olympics. But if you use recombinant EPO, you're excluded. And this is quite interesting because it raises the question of whether or not there may be genetic evolutionary aspects to performance and standards. And that the effects of EPO, for example, are not limited to what is commonly known as just increasing your oxidative capacity or your blood cells. But it has other effects too, like effects on the brain and effects on muscle. And research coming out now would suggest that if you treated patients with, for example, COPD or chronic obstructive lung disease, heart disease, and type 2 diabetes with some of these drugs, that you could improve their health. So you have this range of ethics, I think, of applying some of these advanced technologies, whether they be drug-related or biochemical, to enhance performance versus helping the general population in terms of health.
Do either panelists have comment?
Well, I mean, my feeling on that is that there's only really two ethical domains in any of those performance-enhancing drugs, and the nomenclature doesn't really help us here, performance-enhancing or therapeutic, whatever. And that is distribution, availability of the pharmacological agents. That is the one ethical consideration, and that distribution needs to be equitable. And the second is transparency. So that if you're in some sort of competitive environment, or you're in some sort of environment where there is an expectation that everyone has
an understanding of what's going on physiologically, that it is not a proprietary secret that one contestant is using a particular drug that the other one doesn't know about or doesn't have access to. So it just needs to be disclosed. Once it's disclosed, then the question really becomes, all right, what is the consequence to the body of using this drug, which in the case of performance-enhancing drugs for certain baseball players, there's a diminished life expectancy. If you use it purely to deal with, the World Series in, 1997, you're going to sacrifice X number of years on the tail end of your life because of that. Knowing about that is important because people who might want to use the drug for some of these other uses that you're talking about would be able to say to themselves, well, if I use this drug to improve my lung capacity now, what sorts of consequences, trade-offs exist on the on the back end of my life? Questions that aren't asked about statins, for instance. You get put on statins, and there's no real serious discussion about what's the liver impact if you're on statins for 20 years. You're all just part of the experiment, 20, 30-year experiment. And I think the more we get to a transparency and equitable distribution model and away from a who's cheating and who's not model, I think the more we have an intelligent and public health useful discussion.
Other questions?
Hi, you guys. Oh, there we go. You guys lightly touched on kind of the notion of human augmentation as kind of a planned economy program, stuff like that. And I was just wondering what you guys' opinions are on basically generally legislation towards this kind of notion that once you get to this point where you're basically at a point where humans are able to essentially upgrade their own capacity to do things. What kind of inherent legislation do you guys see that would need to come out? Would there need to be some kind of right to self-modify? Would there need to be some kind of limitations installed?
What kind of legislation do you see? I want to hear what legislation.
What legislation do I see?
I mean, why
I'm not
would
the
there
expert.
need to be? Okay, I go to the store and buy tanning cream. All right, I put that on. I get some dates. Enhancement. What's the legislation?
Good point.
Yeah, I mean, all I'm saying is just what is the threshold where there needs to be some sort of top-down intervention? I don't know what it is. I mean, look at the dermatology, plastic surgery realm of public health. We were talking about this earlier. It's completely a retail business. It's a growth business. It is almost exclusively about enhancement, at least on the plastic surgery side. And people pay, cash money to get that done, and it's perceived as a growth business. People have to deal with the consequences of some of these modifications, and there are a whole set of questions about whether this is where we should be spending our money. But can you legislate people? I mean, can you reallocate the money that's going to dermatology to cancer research? Can you do that? I mean, that might be an interesting question, but that's the first inkling of legislation that I see.
Well, I'm not necessarily arguing by any means that I foresee a large-scale kind of legislation directed towards this thing. I'm just saying that when these things start to emerge, as you were mentioning, that there will be a social backlash to this kind of thing. And will legislation result as an outcome of that? For example, say unions, as the result of, say, augmentations that make you stronger. All of a sudden, will unions start lobbying governments for legislation that directs to a certain limitation on workers so that they can't, have certain workers over-excelling others? Do you see that kind of legislation coming in the future simply as a result of lobbying and that social change you mentioned?
That's a more interesting point to me, and I think where I would come to the other end of it. Where I'm radical is any development of a health therapy, of a assistive technology device, or an enhancement that by implication degrades and delegitimizes any experience that didn't benefit from that. I think that is a huge sort of tension. If you go back to the period of time before the polio vaccine, the experience of wheelchairs in the United States was not car accidents, it wasn't gunshot wounds from Vietnam, it was polio, period, the end. That was pretty much the neurological disorder. You had some spinal cord injuries from accidents, but nothing like polio. Polio was the experience. When the vaccine came along, suddenly people who missed out on the vaccine had to accept this sort of social kind of conclusion that, well, too bad for you. When in fact their lives had not changed at all, were just as valuable, they were just as ready to contribute. Many of these people were in their 40s, but yet society was permitted to say, oh, we solved that problem. When of course we didn't. So legislative prescriptions that allow for the advance, but don't have a consequence of the advance to be the degradation of people whose lives are completely full. I mean, the Christopher Reeve moment for me at the Democratic Convention in 1996 was him up on stage saying, we've got to get people out of these wheelchairs. And somehow, if you elected Bill Clinton, it was going to do that. I don't know exactly how that was going to happen. But that clearly had as a consequence the idea that if you're in these wheelchairs, there's something wrong with that. When, in fact, people who've lived for 20 years in a wheelchair, these are not people in hospitals. These are not people who are sick. These are people who have full lives. So I do think there's possibly some sort of legislative intervention to prevent our love of advancement to produce as a consequence the kind of insult to people whose lives are full and valuable.
Well, and I can give you a different kind of example that we might start to contemplate, which I think comports with the spirit of what you're talking about. So we saw at least the screenshot, I don't know if you saw the whole video, of the Rio knee and certain prosthetics like that. That would be, I think, an example for some people of a technology that in their view, provides them with certain options and capacities in life that they want to live a fuller life. So, for example, whether it's a wheelchair, whether it's a prosthetic device, more and more what we're starting to see is that these devices, especially those that are made of components, and in particular those that have software in them, and the kind that we were talking about earlier, are such now that their own regulation, and I'm talking about private legislation, regulation through contract law, is such that there are terms of service of the use of those particular devices. And so what we're starting to see now, for example, is that companies like those who make the Rio knee are importing boilerplate contractual language of the sort that you would find on an Apple iPad or an iPhone that would limit the user's ability to make full use in a way that they want to of that particular product. So, for example, yes, and for example, would void a warranty where that particular device was used with an aftermarket product that wasn't part of the bundle of the partnership of those corporations.
I'll tell you, in the disability world, we have been so violating warranties with stuff that comes off the shelf. I mean, take the Segway, for instance. The most popular Segway is the hacked version of the Segway that comes off the assembly line without any of the sort of handles. It's just the pure sort of Segway motor with the platform that disabled folks have hacked into an advanced wheelchair that Segway doesn't support. Segway can't sell their advanced products to anyone because nobody really wants to buy it. It doesn't quite fit a market. But I think that's very interesting what's happening there, but there's going to be such pushback because I think the customizability of a device in a disability context is such a cultural norm within the community that you can do all the fine print you want. It's going to be very, very difficult to enforce. And there's a very strong incentive to hotshot your way around the technology.
And we see that parallel debate in the copyright world, et cetera, et cetera. I suppose what I'm saying is I could see the need for legislation that actually protects the ability to do that so that it doesn't have to be, well, not just open source, but actually legal rules which permit and require those kinds of possibilities to be made in a consumer protection style. But here we're talking about patients or people or whatever that we're protecting, not just consumers. Anybody else? Are we done? We're done.
Do you want to have some?
If anybody else has a final remark to make, they'd like to make? Panelists? Gregor?
There will be one last question. We'll take one more question.
Okay, we'll take one last question.
Thank you.
So, yeah, discussion for this, there came up the copyright issues. So, do you think that, yeah, so definitely the current intellectual property system is hindering the development of the prosthetics and, like, in bigger picture, transhumanism movement. So what kind of ways that do you think the intellectual property laws can be modified to benefit broader populations?
I'm happy to speak to that a little bit if other people.
Sure.
Well, in essence, and you mentioned the notion of open source, and certainly in robotics, this is something that's actually starting to pick up, where the idea is that the platform for whatever the robot is, a number of University of Ottawa students just went and had a visit at a startup in Palo Alto that's called Willow Garage. It was very interesting. They're making robot prototypes, but the way that they're making them is they're requiring those who take those robots to continue to utilize an open source model for the development of those kinds of things. And the idea, I think, is in some ways similar to the spirit of the transparency requirement that John was talking about in the context of the use of so-called performance-enhancing drugs in a kind of way. The idea would be that if these things were developed in a way on an open model, there's value in that transparency, in particular for the scientific research community, but also for the community of users, to be able to have a better sense of what happens and operates at the source code. When somebody, for example, goes down the one-way road of having cochlear implants such that their auditory nerve is severed and there's no going back, it seems to me only appropriate that we think really seriously about whether we want to have corporate entities with proprietary rights being able to really sort of thwart the end user's ability to do particular things around that technology. Even if there isn't a particular individual who wants to have that kind of hot-shotting hack at the particular device, it seems to me that once you start thinking of those things as something which are replacing a function which you opted for, we have to seriously rethink the way intellectual property law provides its protection to those who own the intellectual property, whereas those who use it, these are becoming further and further integrated not into our bodies but into our lives.
It's not working.
I was speaking loud.
Thanks very much. So with this, I thank the panel for a really interesting debate, and we'll move to the final panel of the afternoon. So thanks very much, everyone. So we have, or maybe just wait, give you 30 seconds to move around. I would just like to introduce the moderator of the concluding panel. And also, it's maybe worth mentioning that we have now, I think we have seen, we have seen a number of very important facets of the debate over post-humanism or transhumanism. It's really a very large field that one can look at a very large scale or specifics. And so this really has given us, I think, a foundation for some of the bigger questions. And we have asked Peter Calamy, who will moderate the panel, to ask some very big questions of some very experienced people. That's basically the design of the last hour. Just very briefly on Peter Calamy, he's the founding member of the Canadian Science Writers Association, and was for 10 years the National Science Report of the Toronto Star, which is Canada's largest newspaper. He also has been awarded 3 times the highest award in journalism, the National Newspaper Award. And finally, he is a fellow of the Institute for Science, Society and Policy.
Thank you very much. We're going to have a slideshow, but let's get the panel up here first. Can we do that? We thought this panel might work best with by throwing some gasoline on the fire, as it were. So we have some specific examples of challenges for governing technology that we're going to show you in the form of headlines from scientific journals and from newspapers, and then we're going to pose a question and have the panel members sequentially, or seriatim as the previous moderator would say, tackle them, and then we're going to have a free-for-all mud wrestling match. So can we have those slides up now? Okay. Sorry? Do I want to forward them? Sure, put it down. Thank you. All right, so here's the first. Put it up for long enough that you can get a quick read of it. These are all quite recent, all within this year and some within the last couple of months, one within the last couple of weeks. The next one, please. As I said, September 27th, all quite recent. And the next one? I always like things about elderly mice. And next, please. This harkens to the question about what will unions want. And then finally, I think we have the question. The next slide. That's all of them together. And let me go to the question we're going to pose to the panel. All of these developments which we've had up there show science and technology moving by leaps and bounds and with crucial major implications for society. Some observers urge stronger governance or even moratoria on these developments or developments like it, but others say the process cannot be stopped, especially by a small country like Canada. So we're now going to ask the panelists for their view on this. How much should we focus on trying to govern developments in technology of this sort, and how much should we focus on trying to adapt to such developments? And in each case, either the governing or adapting, what are some tools that we might be able to use? Can we start with you, Michèle?
Yes.
Please.
Okay. Well, I am actually working, for your information, as the Quebec representative in the Canadian delegation.
That's my fault. I apologize. I did have a bio.
People are going to, who is she?
I did have a bio, and I should have given you.
I am aging as everybody.
I should have given you Michèle Stanton-Jean's background, former Deputy Minister of Health in Canada and Special Advisor to the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Health and Social Affairs at the Permanent Mission to the European Union in Brussels. And particularly interesting here that she was a member of the International Bioethics committee, which she chaired from 2000 to 2005, and they adapted in that point, the International Bioethics Committee drafted what became known as the International Declaration on Bioethics and Human Rights, which UNESCO adapted and passed in October of 2002. Michèle is also represents the Government of Canada within the Canada's permanent delegation to UNESCO, and she's attached to the Centre for Research in Public Law at the University of Montreal as a guest scholar. Now, over to you, Michèle.
Okay, thank you. Now you know a bit about what I've been doing with my life. Yes, I have written a few notes trying to not answer, but look at those questions posed to us. So those questions are very, very difficult to answer. For sure, there are no simple answers to these questions. When I was a student, I had a professor who used to ask a simple question when we had to give an opinion. That professor was always saying, "Where are you talking from?" It basically meant, what is the epistemological and experiential background of what you are going to say? I found that question very interesting. Thus, when I am asked question, I rely on my background in history, because I am an historian by training, adult education, bioethics, and my experience in policymaking in government and large organizations at the national and international level. This to say that each of these areas of where I am a bit skilled provide me with different answer about what we are discussing here. History of science will tell us that each discovery, either it be in communication, transportation, medicine, etc., has provoked fear, rejection, and hope. History would lead me to answer that a moratorium is impossible, and that the actual context of research, competition, patents, globalization, lead us to think that the train will not stop. Adult education has helped me to understand that people can learn at any age, and that public involvement in policymaking is a way to find the level of social acceptability of the new technologies and to build a relationship based on trust and respect with the public. Depends, I could speak a lot about that because I've written on that, and you have to explain what you mean by participation or public involvement. Bioethics has taught me to believe that science must have a consciousness, that researchers must continue to research, but must pay attention to the possible application of their findings and to how they can impact patients and even the society as a whole. And finally, my work in the health field at the national level and the international level has generated in my mind many questions about the fact that millions of people do not have access to the basic goods that we have: vaccination, clear water, food, education, even though we have all the technology and the resources needed to provide them with these goods, as Bill Gates is actually saying. The work I have done with policymakers and leaders have allowed me to understand that, as was said this morning, knowledge is the foundation of power. It can, in certain circumstances, lead researchers to become involved in policymaking. This idea is not new and has been around since the 17th century. Based on these four sources of thinking, I have to say that my major question now is the one that is posed here. How can we think about the governance of technology? The examples that have been given to us here are very touching, helping people with different impairment, either it be aging, loss of different function, following an accident, etc., are all for the good. When I have problem is when we talk about enhancement, when we are looking for the perfect baby, for the perfect body, for the best performance. Where is that leading us? Man has always been looking at mastering nature. Now he has or will have the tools not only to cure but to enhance. Aging not long ago was seen as something inescapable, irreversible. Now what we read lead people to think that not far enough, in a couple of decades maybe, we will be able to live much longer. Actually, we are living much longer than the beginning of the, say, 20th century. Even reach immortality. This changes our way of thinking. Aging has become a disease. This means that not to age, I should have access to everything available on the market. This has an economic impact also on the public funding of healthcare and things like that. Genetic manipulation, nanotechnology, personalized medicine should be given to everybody. So those who cannot pay are out there looking for the basic needs. The impact of the application of new manipulation with animals, with genes, stem cells, nanoproducts, and the way these discoveries are reported in the media create great expectation about the possibility to cure Alzheimer's, Parkinson, to regenerate old tissue, to reprogram cells, etc. People are not far from dreaming that we will be able to live 200 years. Just taking aging, what will happen, as the Seed magazine asked this month, when not 4 but 5 generations are living together on this planet? 22% of the world's population will be over 65 by 2050, and by 2100, the average person's life may span 100 years. This acceleration of aging will put pressure on pension program, healthcare system, financial institutions. Those are all impact that we study, but maybe not enough. Governance, from my viewpoint, is needed at the international level. But when we look at how the financial and economic governance has failed us in the last few years, how difficult it is for leaders of the world to achieve consensus on what should be done, how it should be done, how they can help each other, we can be skeptic about the possibility of global governance of research at the global level. We also know that our legal system is slow to react to these new developments and is more reactive most of the time than proactive. Sometime maybe I think that we are waiting for a disaster to advance in global governance. Recently, a group of the best thinkers in the world concluded that if we hope to make progress in addressing all of the world's security challenges, greater coordination across national borders and stronger international rules of law are imperative. I am working actually at the UNESCO in Paris at the international level, and I think that we already have some global institutions with the United Nations system that offer, with some difficulties, a possibility to think globally about technology and research. Organizations like the OECD, the World Health Organization, Food Organization, United Nations Organization for Education, Culture, Science and Communication, where you have meetings every 2 years with people coming from 195 nations, are places where we can discuss, we can engage in a conversation about what we are talking about today. Because as was said this morning, we have to ask ourselves the question, where do we want to go? With whom? At what, in how many years? And stuff like that. This is where I work. This organization has a standard-setting mission in ethics and is doing a lot of work to train people in developing and emerging countries so they can avoid being exploited by companies coming to them to do clinical trials without asking consent, taking their data or even organs without any compensation, or using their scientists without giving them the opportunity to publish or helping them to build proper infrastructure. So in conclusion, I repeat that the questions are tough ones. Myself, I would exclude a moratorium and look at proper governance, risk management, guidelines, sometimes, not all the time, legislation. Continue to see how our international organization can be better managed to move to global governance on these issues. Men being at the same time angels and demons, we have to find how to get the benefit out of scientific advancement and avoid the disaster that maybe can happen. I always say that my toolbox contains 2 instruments: a vision to look at the future and try to assess what is at stake, and skepticism to always ask the right question at the right time. So just to conclude, actually, I was giving a talk to answer to somebody who has written a book on transhumanism, and I asked my grandson, 7 years old, Thomas, what if your Lego, men that you are building and playing with, what if they had a brain and they could teach you things and tell you what to do? He said, no problem, Michèle. I will always have the remote control. So this is, somebody said that this morning, those kids are brought up with all these things, and probably they will find all the proper answers. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll hear next from Dr. Arthur Carty. Dr. Carty is currently the Executive Director of the Waterloo Institute for Nanotechnology, which I have visited and been to, and which is a very impressive place and will have its own custom-designed building operating about a year from now. Before that, he was Canada's first national science advisor to the Prime Minister and the government. In that period, he launched the National Nanotechnology Initiative, which is certainly relevant to many of the things we have today. If you believe him, sorry, if not if you believe him, but if you believe chemists generally, he comes from the queen of sciences, chemistry. The mathematicians sometimes dispute whether chemistry is the queen of science, but his back...
At least it's not the dismal science.
At least it's not the dismal science, right? Yes. His background is in organic chemistry, and he served for 10 years as the president of the National Research Council of Canada. Arthur?
Well, thanks very much, Peter. I've looked at those 5 clippings, I think, and none of them refer to nanotechnology. You know? 2 of them are on stem cells, and 2 are on the brain-computer interface, and the last one's about robotics. So perhaps I can say a few words about the overall question, and then come back to some of these specific issues. The question I think you asked is, should technology be controlled? Can it be controlled? Well, you know, I think it's an irrefutable fact that science and technology shine both lights and shadows on society and on humanity and on the globe as an entity. We just hope, I suppose, that the lights shine brighter and the shadows aren't quite as dark. Stephen Hawking once said, and I'll quote this, "The world has changed far more in the last 100 years than in any previous century on record, and the reason is not political nor economic. It's the fact that technologies, science and technology that flow directly from advances in basic research have been responsible for what we have seen over the last 100 years. On the other hand, you know, science has given us, science and technology, that is, given us global warming, maybe. Most people think so, in part. It's given us the atomic and the hydrogen bombs, as well as nuclear power, which is perhaps in both camps there. And you may remember that the debate over nuclear weapons, over the development of nuclear weapons, and the morality of pursuing that development, knowing full well the consequences for humanity, that debate really did significantly divide the scientific community and the public for a long time. Now, initially, of course, that technology, the spread of that technology was controlled because only a few nations had access to the science. Ultimately, again, as you know, several countries and even rogue governments acquired nuclear capability, and proliferation is still an ongoing problem. So I think the conclusion from this is that getting an agreement between nations to control technological development, in that case nuclear power and devices, getting agreement is at best difficult, in most cases, and at worst impossible. So the difficulty of how to control and get agreement on it is a challenging one. On the other side, you know, the last 25 years, we heard this morning in spades, information technology and its applications have exploded virtually without control, to the great benefit, I think, of the global community. So I think we can anticipate that science and technology will drive innovation at this interface between ICT and biotechnology. It will drive artificial intelligence, as we see on the captions there. It'll drive things like robotic surgery and hybrid human-machine systems in the years ahead. And it's hard to see, for me anyhow, that these developments should be controlled per se. I think one conclusion from this is clear, and that is that one can't really control, nor should we want to, the march and advancement of science. The pursuit of discovery and understanding is, in fact, part and parcel of human nature. It's part of evolution, and it will not be stopped by barriers imposed, even perhaps in good faith by government, by political, or by other forces. Now, you may remember back in the days when George Bush was president of the United States, the House of Representatives had a debate. Was it George Bush? I'm not sure. Well, anyhow, the House of Representatives had a debate about about criminalizing human cloning in the U.S. And Ted Strickland, who was an Ohio representative at that point in time, suggested that, and I put this forth to you, that the best available science should decide the issue without interference from politics or philosophy. Now, the difficulty with that is, as a principle, I think it's admirable. The difficulty is, how do you always or continuously shut out politics and religion from scientific decisions and technology decisions? But I do think that's a good basis on which future decisions about governance should be based.
Best available science.
Yeah, right.
Thank you very much. Our third speaker, Andrew Hessel, was introduced this morning, but maybe not everybody here now was here then. So let me say quickly that he comes from the biology side of the spectrum, but he told us this morning that there's no money in biology, and he made his money on the computer side, if I remember correctly. He's faculty and co-chair of the biotechnology and bioinformatics track at the Singularity University. Look it up if you don't know what it is, but it's at a place that I visited, NASA Ames campus, which itself was quite fascinating, but the Singularity University, I think, sounds even more fascinating. And he's also the co-founder of the world's first cooperative biotechnology company, the Pink Army Cooperative. Do you want to say anything about these subjects?
Well, I just want to clarify one thing. There is plenty of money in biology. What paid the bills for me was translating some of it to computing. And now the two fields are merging, which is, I think, a tremendous opportunity and a challenge for governance. I don't have a prepared speech on this. My position is pretty clear. I think if we like innovation, and most societies do, it's fun to create. It's fun to make new things. I look at these types of headlines and I see plenty of oversight behind them just in determining which groups got funding. I see many universities and publications represented there that I think many of our researchers would be quite happy to be involved with and or getting the attention from. So I think that innovation is a global force today, and I don't think Canada is a small country. I don't think our opinions are insignificant. I don't think our researchers are behind the curve. I think we do need to adapt, that we have to compete harder in the global innovation space. There are more people flooding into it, and I think that governance needs to adapt as well.
Arthur Carty referred to the long and torturous path to try to control the peaceful uses of nuclear power, and some people remember that the Bulletin of the Atomic Scientist publishes a clock on its cover which shows that the clock stands at a certain number of minutes to midnight. I think the closest it ever got was 5 minutes to midnight, midnight in their case being everything goes boom. I don't know where it's set right now, but with Iran, I might be setting it at 4 minutes to midnight myself. But can we use that? I'm wondering if we can use that analogy. If we're looking at controlling, or at least having some control on the development of technology. I'm not suggesting for 1 minute, Arthur, stopping people from doing science, but having some control on the application of technology in the post-human future. Is the clock stand at 1/4 to midnight, or 10 to midnight, or 5 to midnight, or 3 to midnight? I mean, how much time have we got to get a handle on it? Everybody spoke of the need to have some sort of handle on this coming from different directions, and in fact, Andrew pointed out that we already do. We have funding that controls things. We have patents. We have subsidies. We have all those systems that we use. They're not very well coordinated. There's no guiding principle behind all of them, but they do exist. They are there. There are instruments. So the question really is, How much urgency is there in all of this? Anybody want to tackle that in terms of urgency?
Well, I think if I can just address the nuclear issue, I think that issue is still with us in a significant way. North Korea has nuclear weapons, Israel has nuclear weapons, Iran may soon or has already nuclear weapons, so we're certainly still in trouble with control of the nuclear capability. What to do about it, I forgot to mention China. China has nuclear capability too, enormous nuclear capability. So, you know, aside from all of those nations getting together and coming to a decision that once and for all they were going to ban nuclear weapons, I don't know that it's within anybody's capacity to control it.
So is there an analogy with all these other technologies we've been talking about? If we haven't been able to effectively control that, do we have any hope of effectively controlling other technologies? Yes, I'm asking you.
Okay, well, you know, as far as the human-robot interface is concerned, I think we should take the position on that at some point in time, whether it's a halfway house when we have a half human, half robot, or sometime before that when a decision should be made, you know, what do we do with this development? Do we allow it to proceed as inevitably it seems to be going, or do we actually try to harness it or rein it in some way? I'm not sure what the mechanism would be, but that is that is something which we still have the power to do in the future if we decide to do it.
Michèle or Andrew on this topic?
Well, I think that I've worked with many researchers in personalized medicine, inequalities in access to health care, and breast cancer testing, stuff like that. And I think that more and more researchers are asking themselves some question about how they should go about it, what are the impact on society, like on personalized medicine. I've been working with somebody who's doing research in Montreal and looking at with him and with the team at the ethical issue, the fact that some physicians are now telling their patient not to be involved in a research because this might have an impact on their insurance or their employment because they will know that they have a genetic disease, the impact on the family. So I think that there are out there some researchers who are thinking not only about, I'm doing research and I want to do whatever I want to do and I don't have to deal with the societal impact or things like that. Some of them are looking at the economic, social, legal impact without stopping their research. And I think this is a sort of self-governance. And I think also that at the international level, there are some discussion or some conversation about these things where nothing will be stopped, but there are some thinking about how it should be managed and how, what are the societal impact and things like that. So I'm not pessimistic 100% about these things, but we have to be careful. We have to involve the public in the debate and it's difficult because it's getting more and more complex to explain what we're talking about and what is the future, and to have, as was said this morning, to have a multidisciplinary and even transdisciplinary approach to these things, to involve people in social science with people in art science and things like that. But in nanotechnology, you need to have different disciplines working together. So I think that's where I am these days.
Are we talking about controlling technology, or are we talking about controlling or governing? Or are we really talking about controlling or governing people and what they do? Andrew, do you have any thoughts on this?
I have absolutely no idea how to control people. I tend to look at a lot of this as not so much from the point of view of governance. Really, I've never worked in government. I don't write policies. Something that matters quite a bit to me is standards. You know, that we have a certain standard so that we can kind of share things. And the standard that has affected me most in my life, well, there's two. You know, there's the Internet Protocol, which is the standard by which most of our devices are connecting and we're sending information around the world. I think this has been absolutely transformative. And if it was owned by Apple, it would have been very different than being a common open standard. So I like open standards. And then there's another open standard that I think is more relevant to my area of not expertise, because I don't consider myself an expert in anything. I'm constantly learning. But DNA and essentially the code of life is an open standard. And if we started to fracture that, I have no idea what that'll turn out like. But already some researchers are looking to explore that. There's no reason for biology to not have created different standards. And a bacterium can work differently than a human. But somewhere along the lines, it just works better if we're all connected. This being said, I think trying to get consensus in a world where there's 7 billion people and you all have a voice, and we all have a voice, more than ever, is taking longer and is getting harder. And I don't think the old systems of government do it really well. I think the marketplace does it much better. If you don't support something, you don't buy it. If you don't like something, you tweet about it and you blog it and you tell your friends about it. You know, maybe you don't even care about it, in which case you just ignore it. But I don't know who speaks for me anymore other than myself.
Yeah, well, I think that the definition of governance, at least for some people, it's not government. It's basically a bit of what you're saying, the public voice, the conversation around the world and things like that. Government at one point might be involved, but it's not. Governance is different from only government imposing on you what you have to do and what you have to think.
Well, I think one example that I can point to is there's a website now called Kickstarter. It's essentially a funding source for creative projects. People post their ideas. And the way ideas advance is that if it hits a note with people, people vote with their money. And the project gets funded. And then it moves ahead. And if it doesn't resonate well, and if people don't support it, it just doesn't get funded. They're already talking about building systems like this for research money in science. And I think it's long overdue. Because do you know how your science dollars are being spent across the entire spectrum of research in this country? You don't have a voice in it.
Kickstarter is an interesting example. One of the current projects on there is a plastic interface you put on top of your iPad to give you a tactile feel when you're typing. It transmits it. We'll see if people vote with their feet the way you're talking about. But I want to come back to this point of how you get intelligent discussion or informed discussion on topics as great as this when you have 7 billion individual voices. Because Michèle mentioned this coming through public participation. Maybe we'll throw that back at you. How do you do it?
Well, even that, public participation is a tough question. Because I've done some work with other researchers looking at the policies, guidelines coming from different countries, Australia, UK, France, Canada, and our government are talking to the public, our professionals are talking to the public, and how is the public relating to the professional and the government. The public voice is, I would say, newer in the debate, but it's very interesting to see when people are consulted, why they are consulted, what do we do with what they tell us, what is the methodology used, and what we found is that there is a lack in evaluation, or we evaluate only the process and not the outcome of the process. People were happy, or they all talk, but we don't evaluate how what they are saying is used. So there's a lot of work to be done on that. So it's a complicated question. But like when I was chairing this International Bioethics Committee with 32 people around coming from different field of knowledge, physician, philosophy, legal people, international jurists, and coming from different countries, 32 different countries. So when we talk about different in religion, different in history, different in culture, so we had all these people around the table together, and we came out with this declaration. It was approved by 195 countries. Then the next question, is it implemented? Well, it's implemented with database training, stuff like that. So that's one way of trying to say something in the debate, but there are ways to try to do that even at the international level. Then the question is, it followed like human rights? You see transgression of human rights anywhere, but I think we are better off than we were in the Middle Ages, where nobody had a voice except, I don't know, Louis XIV. But, so that's I think it's possible to engage the debate, and it's not easy with all the different religion, cultural background, historical background, etc., but it's possible.
We could take the example of the technology that Arthur said wasn't up here, but I think it is up here. It's just lurking in the background. Nanotechnology. We do have a national nanotechnology initiative. We do have, we have money being spent on nanotechnology at a greater rate, at 10 times the rate it was 5 years ago, right? In that sense, there's a initiative. The question I was going to segue to from there is, what do you think there's ever been? Do you think it's possible to have an informed public debate about nanotechnology, or will publications like those from ETC sort of seize the field and frame the debate so that there can't be a general debate on the subject, and therefore you could use that as, an analogy for any of these other developments we're talking about?
Okay, well, let me just correct a fact. First of all, Peter, there was a proposal for Canada to have a national nanotechnology initiative, but it never took root. It was never enacted. It's 30 years, really, since what you could call the beginning of the revolution in nanotechnology, when the scanning tunneling microscope was developed in 1980, which enabled people to see and manipulate matter on the nanoscale. Since that point in time, it's blossomed and even boomed to the point where it's a multi-billion-dollar industry with an estimated marketplace of $1.5 trillion by 2015. Canada is the only major developed country which doesn't have a national nanotechnology strategy, and Iran does, of course, as you probably expected. So it's a little bit strange for a G8 country not to have an initiative such as the U.S. has had. I'd like to just talk a little bit about standards and regulations, because I think this was mentioned. I think these standards and regulatory regimes can be very important in this. Canada is not exceptional in this regard, because there isn't a single regulatory regime around the world for nanotechnology as yet. There is a very big debate going on between the European community and particularly the United States about what the definition of a nanomaterial is. And they can't even get that far. They haven't agreed on it. I can tell you what those definitions are, but certainly there are major concerns that ultimately what may come out of the debate, and hopefully a public debate too, is that it will be policy and not science which dictates the definitions, and that would be wrong. So, that just gives you an illustration of the difficulty in some of these key areas of science and technology of arriving at consensus and agreement about what standards and regulatory frameworks should look like.
I think it's about time we look for questions from the audience. Mark, are you going to take the microphone around to people? I think that young lady's going to give you one. By the way, when I spoke at the back, Mark, when I spoke earlier about controlling people, I didn't mean to sound too Margaret Atwood about it all. But if you think about it, we have controlled behavior in many ways in this country, and I'll give you our registered retirement savings plan is a very good example of controlling people's behavior.
Hi, Michael Wolfson. I wanted to come back to, as I understand, the key question about managing or controlling technology. It seems to me we have all kinds of examples of the control or management of technology, starting with the automobile, where it's widely accepted that it's regulated in terms of safety, to traffic lights. Let's go to CT scanners. The only people who are allowed to operate them have to have gone through a bunch of training, and there are regulations about making sure there isn't stray radiation. An interesting one is hip replacements, where I think it's under-regulated because, which is a well-established technology, because we don't keep track of which prostheses work from which vendors and which don't, to human reproductive technologies, where there was a Royal Commission a decade ago, and the government still hasn't figured out, partly for federal-provincial relations reasons, what to do there. Now, that's sort of an observation, so I don't think the stuff that's being talked about, sci-fi as it may be, is going to be any different once we get familiar with it, because it's all going to come on gradually. But then turning to a couple of the more future-oriented policy-type questions, I worry about what some of the technologies we're talking about are going to do in the case of warfare. We saw the one example on the robotic prostheses this morning, where it was the U.S. military that was the major funder. I worry about social inequality, if only rich people are going to be able to afford these things. And I guess somewhat related to that one is, not all of the ones on this screen, but many relate to healthcare. And, for those folks who've been worrying about what's going to happen with population aging and the costs of Canada and other countries' healthcare systems, the story, if you dig into the literature, is not so much population aging, it's technological change. But people don't quite know what this means, and it seems to me there's a major issue there about which technologies are going to be funded in a public system. So let me throw that back, if I may, to the panel.
Who'd like to tackle that, or all three of you?
But just to relate to one of the things you said, I was a deputy minister at Health Canada when the report in '93 on new reproductive technology was given to the government. So you remember the title of the report? Proceed with care. Indeed, the government proceeded with care. We were not very far advanced because of, as you say, FedProv fights over who should do what and when. But this is at least where I got interested in those technology when I read that report, and we had to prepare a consultation process and go through 3 steps, three times through the legislation, because we changed the minister and things like that. But you're right, the automobile sector is sort of regulated. Many things are regulated in a sense. In Canada, researchers also, when they submit a project, have to go through, I know there are some discussion about that, but they have to go through the ethics committee and things like that. But in other sector of the globe, in other region, there's nothing. So there is sometimes researchers move our company to another country. So and it's still happening from what I've been hearing lately. That clinical trials are displaced in countries where there's no regulation or research. Bizarre research are done in China, and or organ transplantation around tourism and things like that. So,
Arthur?
I think you're right, Michael, that there are certain technologies which are well established, have been around for 100 years, like the internal combustion engine, where the dangers to the public from driving a car or from exhausts affecting the environment are well known, and you can actually legislate and put in place regulations which make a lot of sense to most people. I don't think that's the case with some of the things we're talking about, which are new technologies which haven't been around very long and haven't had the time to get into people's minds in some cases. So I think there is quite a difference between those technologies embedded in our society and those which are just on the way.
My thinking on this is largely shaped by the evolution of the internet over the last 30 years. How did we regulate that growth? How are we regulating it today? Where are the treaties on how to fight a cyber war? How do you even determine a winner? I look at biological systems as programmable networks, very different than computer networks, far more valuable, far more complex, but ultimately very similar architectures. And as it becomes more accessible, the understanding biology through molecular biology, understanding our health and our medicine more because we are all more educated on these things, the technology becomes more accessible. The internet and computers have become very accessible for everyone. 1975, you were an elite, you were in a very elite club if you had access to a computer. Today, we all have access. In 1990, if you worked in the biotech industry, you were among a small minority. This is going to change. Powerful biotech is available to any student today. We don't have bioweapons treaties that have any teeth. We need to create new systems. How we do that is, I think we have to look at where we've gone with computers moving forward.
Hi. So in terms of governance, I look at it this way. You've got 3 glasses of water in front of you. The first one is essentially sterile water. If you drink that, you're going to be okay. The second one is a glass of water that comes from the tap in the home city in which you live. You drink that, you're pretty much going to be okay. The third one comes from a tap from a city you've never visited. You drink that, there's a whole bunch of things in there that your body's never seen before. You're going to get sick. It may be a gentle sickness, or it might be a really bad sickness, but eventually you're going to get sick. And I think the governance problem is really like the immune system. When you have something that's new, there's a reaction that comes with that. And depending on the strength of that type of reaction, that immune system, governance is either going to be extremely fast, much like we saw with the flu vaccines when the pandemic was around, or extremely slow, like we're seeing with nanotechnology. I'm going to add one more thing to the equation, that is if you add a probiotic with that glass of water that you've never seen, which I would consider to be the knowledge brokers like Andrew and Mark here, then surprisingly the immune system works a lot simpler and it's much easier and you have less symptomology. So I'm wondering, how are you going to be able to take from this governance model that you're talking about and incorporate knowledge brokers to make this painless, or at least as painless as possible as we move forward?
Does anybody want to talk about a governance model? I didn't know we had a governance model yet other than the internet. That was sort of an analogy rather than a model, right? So,
well, in that case, the regulation would be local, I presume, or at best countrywide, but not necessarily the same as any other in any other country or any other city.
Do you have another question back there, Mark?
Yeah, we do have a question from the webcast. So, speaking of the internet.
Hi, yeah, we have about 30 people watching from, is this on? You can hear me? Okay. We have about 30 people watching online live right now from all over the world. I have a question coming in from someone in the Netherlands. It was originally posed after Andrew's session, but I wonder if some of the panel could also comment a bit on this. It picks up on standards, on bias. Maybe from what we see here, the kind of question that comes up is geography and culture and standards and bias. The question is, what role do you see for synthetic biology to address global health issues? I think you brought up one example. I think this person is Connor Douglas at Rathenau Institute in the Netherlands.
Yeah, I can comment on that because I already replied to that tweet. I think synthetic biology is revolutionary. I think it changes the whole paradigm for being able to affect global health, because it puts we're going to see so many more innovators come into the field. How many biotech companies does Canada have? How many new drugs do we make per year? How many new biomedical innovations do we make per year? Every time the costs fall, every time the costs fall and the technology gets better, it's going to ramp up. And I see it becoming a software industry. Take a look at the number of apps on an iPhone, how quickly they come out. That's the industry I see coming. It may not be for big markets, billion-dollar markets. Maybe it's only for 500 people with a rare disorder. But the costs come down. How do you regulate that? I don't know. But I do know that when people want something, they go out and get it. And these days, we have a global marketplace.
Anyone else? Is there an analogy or an argument by extension here to stem cells in any way, shape, or form?
Well, stem cell technology, as we know, was avoided by the U.S. under President Bush. It flourished elsewhere. It's still moving extremely quickly. It's just the U.S. is not considered to be always at the forefront of it, universally. Biotechnologies are already globalized. I don't think any one country has control over it or lockstep. And I tell a lot of people, do you really want a U.S. healthcare system? Because it's not that good. I prefer something like the Canadian healthcare system, except I think it can be improved a lot. And I think it's about time we start recognizing that. I think we start changing it. Technology to me is something that gets faster and better at a cheaper price, so more people can afford it and use it. That should be our focus.
I think the stem cells is an example of a technology which the U.S. attempted to regulate without much success. The regulation was that you couldn't spend federal research money on research involving embryonic stem cells. But as has been mentioned, other countries around the world, took the helm in that, and this is what you see now, that embryonic stem cells can be created from adult stem cells. They can be created from skin, and now you have the possibility of a revolution using stem cells in healthcare globally, and that's a big possibility.
I have actually a couple more questions here.
Okay.
Hello, Daniel Perry. I've just got one point and one question to put to you. The first point with regards to standards, and with regards to thinking about the gentleman who spoke about the internet today and how that's come about. Open standards clearly very important, but we shouldn't forget the fact that we almost didn't have those open standards. TCP/IP, there was a competitor for it in the early 1980s, which was X25, which the European Union was pushing for, if you will. And so there was a huge debate and a governance battle of sorts, if you will, through that process. So it's not sort of foreordained that we would wind up with the network system that we have today that we call the internet. The second point that I want to bring up, something that was sort of touched upon, was the idea of informed participation that you brought up. And I found it interesting that you have these slides up here which represent, in a way, science journalism. And for many people, the matter of becoming informed is through journalism. Yet we know we have tremendous problems with the quality of science journalism in Canada and in elsewhere throughout the world. And I'm wondering if you might want to comment, or if you feel prepared to comment, in terms of that role of science journalism and perhaps the state of it at present and its role in sort of engaging people and having them come out and participate more.
Yeah, but I can maybe say something about that. It's true, we don't have enough science journalism. When I was a deputy minister, I did an in-camera meeting with some journalists in Toronto, and that's what they told me. They said we have to go, at that time at least, we have to move so quickly. We don't have the time, to build, to understand the science and to have a good paper out there. Or I've tried at Health Canada with some scientists to do some information meeting, but this was not, making big news, so people were not coming because they had to have some scoop on blood or neuroprotective technology and things like that. So it's true that there is a problem there, because now I live in Paris, and I think that I can see coming from UK or whatever more paper that are well done information and not announcing anything very, very new, but science journalists actually that we had on a panel at UNESCO told me some scientists, because they want to get the funding, are calling me. So I've discovered such and such thing, and I'm not even sure it's true, but I published that, and you have this kind of approach that where I agree with you, we don't have enough good scientists. on participation, I think in environment you have a lot of very informed participation, like the issue on gaz de schist in Quebec. I know that there was some consultation where the people were very well informed. They had looked at what was happening in the United States, in Europe, and the people on the podium were, you know, at least one of the people who was supposed to be there as an expert had a heart attack because everybody was jumping on him with not bad information, and he was, you know, struck by the fact that he could not he was just telling them it's going to be nice, it's going to be good, but they had the right information. I think on many topics, environment has done a good job to get good informed public participation.
I don't want to hijack the discussion into one on science journalism or the reporting about science in the mass media in Canada. So let me just suggest that anybody wants to follow up on this, they go to www.Science Media Center, and that's spelled the Canadian way, C-E-N-T-R-E, because a lot of people can't spell Canadian anymore. You'll find what has been done in the last year in this country to try to improve the quality of reporting about science in the mass media. A bunch of us decided it was better to light a candle than curse the darkness.
Hi. So my question is more in terms of who do you think should be regulating the direction science taking and just regulating the science? Because the headlines that you showed to us here are, well, they're quite complex. The research behind them is quite complex. So not all 7 billion of the Earth's population is, well, can understand it. So do you think everyone should be let in on the discussion whether this research should live or die?
Well, the panel can discuss this, but just a quick observation. It doesn't matter whether you want to let them in on the discussion. They're going to be in on the discussion. And what happened in Britain with genetically modified foods is a perfect example, where the government tried to run it as an elite decision, and the people just stood up and revolted. But the panelists may have different views on this. Please, who should be led in on the discussion of how to govern or adapt to some of these technologies?
Well, sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Well, my feeling about environmental risks, for example, whether it's nanomaterials or biological materials, is that on the environmental issues, it should be the environmental agency that is responsible for the legislation, and that would be the EPA in the United States, would be Health Canada here. That doesn't mean that Health Canada shouldn't consult with other departments that would be involved, but they would, in principle, be the lead for the government. That would be my view of it.
No.
I think a lot of these, these particular technologies, these are teasers. Like, no, this isn't something you're going to go buy at Walmart, tomorrow, except for perhaps the robot that's taking away the cleaning jobs. But that being said, all media today has turned into a two-way conversation, and this is not just here, read what's on, in your one local newspaper, or watch what's on your 3 cable or 3 television channels. Like you all have a voice, and if this media is reaching you, hopefully you're thinking a little bit about it. If you're not, that's not a big deal. There's plenty of other people with probably ideas similar to your own and concerns similar to your own, perhaps even more well rationalized or stronger feelings that will pick up and run with this stuff. It's not done in a vacuum anymore. And in fact, it's making it harder for regulators and politicians to filter through all of this traffic, because they generally will work towards, the strongest consensus opinion, which may be hard to find. But, just by sitting here, you're engaged. I don't see, like, CTV News or anything here. Who's here blogging? How many hands? Who's here tweeting? A few. Like, if you talk about science in Canada, first of all, Canadian scientists don't get recognized all that much because they're terrible at self-promotion. We should probably include some communication courses right at the beginning. It's changing because it's a younger community and they're working with better tools. we should certainly do a better job at. This is really cool, by the way. I just want to say this conference is the first transhumanist branded conference I've seen in Canada, and I just want to say kudos to the University of Ottawa for having the vision to do this. I hope it gets more heavily promoted. And one last thing, I don't look at post-human coming anytime soon. In fact, I kind of hope it becomes a little more human-centric, because these machines ultimately should serve us, not, overthrow us. But perhaps that can be a topic of more discussion. But this is a good first step.
Well, we're going to have the chance for more discussion afterwards for about 45.
No, but he's right about researcher or science is not very good at promoting themselves, because I remember some years ago we had some cuts in research in Canada, and I was with the at that time Medical Research Council, and said, how much the government is cutting? I said, because nobody knows what you're doing. So.
I think it's also a shift away from research, which we've produced a lot of researchers of very high quality, to more developers is actually really good, because the two aren't separated. Research and development are not separate units. We can combine them today. It's certainly that way in programming, because you do the research, you actually are figuring something out, and you develop it almost at the same time. And the iterations are as fast as you make new versions of the programs. So we see it very clearly in computing. But the product development cycles are getting much shorter. And now you throw out an early version of an application, a beta, and collect the feedback so you can make your next version. So I think putting more of a focus on development is very useful.
Go ahead.
One last thing. A thought just came to me that, in terms of governance and providing advice to government about governance, there are two mechanisms that could be put in place. One is, as they have in the UK, a foresight exercise, a global foresight exercise, which takes on the mission of looking at an issue in great detail with a very well-informed expert panel, including the public. And that, for them, has been quite successful. They've looked at many things for example, foot and mouth disease, obesity, flooding. All of these things have been attacked in that way, and policies have come out of that kind of advice. In Canada, we have the Council of Canadian Academies, which doesn't provide advice to government, but it does provide, through its expert panels, a base of information and science which the government can use in decision making. Both of those things could be adapted to some of the problems that we've been talking about today, this morning and this afternoon.
And final note about scientists as communicators. Arthur had the Science Media Center of Canada come up to the Waterloo Institute of Nanotechnology and do a half-day workshop on what we called, an introduction to the media, what makes the media tick, and what are media. What is the equivalent to the scientific method for journalists? And it worked out so successfully that we're now doing it at other places and rolling it out across the country. We'll be at McMaster next week and going on to do it elsewhere. And it's revenue neutral. There's no charges for it other than cost of having people come there, but there's no profit motive involved in this. And just as another point, the PAGSI group here in town, which is a partnership for science and technology, has a session going on right now for what they call early career researchers. And I'm doing a session with them tomorrow on communication with the public. So there are movements afoot to try to deal with this problem, because you're perfectly right. It has been a long-standing problem. I think the tightening of the research money is probably not unrelated to the interest in some quarters, but nonetheless, I don't care why. And over to you, Mark.
Well, thank you very much for everyone on the panel. Big applause to you. So I just asked the audience not to run just yet. We actually have a reception in about 5 or 7 minutes from now, so there's a chance to get a glass of wine and some small snacks. That is sponsored by the university, the Vice President Research Office, and also by the Institute for Science, Society and Policy. What will happen before is just two things. The interim chair of the ISSP will say just a few words about the Institute, just 3 minutes. And we also have gifts for speakers. So I would say maybe, Tom, if you wouldn't mind doing that first, you can also stay here, but I'll take a few minutes. Then we get some gifts. Yeah. Let me just say 2 sentences about you, Tom. Tom is the former president of NSERC and is now here at the university RBC Financial Group professor in the commercialization of innovation since 2005. And he is also the author of a recent book, The Way Ahead, which is about Canadian innovation.
Of the VP Research and ISSP as partner. And I want to say just a few words about ISSP. I would invite you to consider today as a sample of one of their activities, the activity of outreach. If you pick up this brochure on the way out, you'll see under what we do that there's an activity of outreach, of promoting discussion on issues that are important, big issues, big questions. And this is at a university. You were welcomed this morning by the Dean of Arts. The Institute is formerly located there, but it's multi-faculty, it's multidisciplinary, and it's in a university because of a certain noblesse oblige. We have the time, we have the resources being one another, the students, the faculty who can exchange views from many perspectives. And it really is the right place to raise issues of the kind that we were faced with this morning. So I would hope that you would take this as a sample. I would hope that you would be coming back. I'm with Andrew. I appreciate that this was done. I think this is a really good start. And I would hope that our report card, which you give us in the future for this activity and the others, might contain the words that ISSP deals with big issues, with the important big questions. It's not that nobody else deals with them, but I think we have a chance to develop a new perspective, bring new insights into this, and develop new understandings. So, Mark, thank you very much for your role in preparing this. Thank you again to the VP Research. I'll drink a glass to her. And thank you all for attending, and the panel particularly.
Naomi, who was one of the organizers, who has the pleasure to hand out some gifts. So I just ask you to thank you all for coming, and you're all invited to come to the next room where the lunch was served, and stay there for a while, meet some people from the conference here, from the university, and also from the Institute for Science, Society and Policy. So thank you very much.
Even moderator.